Chapter 1983. Genius remembers love in 1 second small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fang Chen had gained a lot from this samsara. After chatting with the samsara emperor for a while, he followed his master and left the samsara palace. Little friend Fang, the samsara palace's door is always open, the samsara emperor said with a smile. Ling was reluctant to part with Fang Chen. She always felt that the latter seemed to have a very attractive temperament. However, all good things must come to an end. Brother Fang Chen, I'll look for you after I leave the samsara palace, Ling said with a smile. Fang Chen gently stroked Ling head and said, Okay, come to the heavenly bone palace to play with me anytime. Under the guidance of the bone progenitor, they quickly returned to the Golden Peak Island. What a strange feeling. When the two landed on the Golden Peak Island, Fang Chen's face was solemn as he recalled the experience just now. How was it? The bone progenitor said with a smile, What I used just now was the Space-Time Phantasm Demon book. I noticed that you were stuck at a bottleneck and were only one step away from the complete realm, so I deliberately let you feel it. I see. Fang Chen nodded and was instantly enlightened. No wonder he felt that it could resonate with the space-time aura in his body. Master, I'll go get my wife, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen arrived at the island master's mansion with ease. He spread his divine sense and covered the entire island master's mansion. The smile on his face instantly froze. No longer. Where did she go? Fang Chen's face was a little gloomy. He did not restrain his aura. When the Vice Island master found out, he immediately rushed over. Little Mouse and the other three came with the Vice Island master. Boss. What's going on? Where's you, Fang Chen asked. Sister-in-law, she, Little Mouse and Xiao Huang stuttered and lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Fang Chen. You tell me. Fang Chen turned to look at the Vice Island master and said in a deep voice. Island master, it's all my fault for not protecting Madam well, the Vice Island master said apologetically. What's going on? Fang Chen asked coldly as he sensed that something was amiss. The Vice Island master told Fang Chen everything that had happened. The latter clenched his fists tightly, his heart burning with rage. A mysterious expert forcefully took you away? Fang Chen asked coldly. Boss, that mysterious expert is too strong. The four of us couldn't even block a single move from him. We suspect that he's a god emperor. The Little Mouse said. God Emperor realm? Fang Chen frowned and immediately transmitted his voice to his master's bone progenitor. Voila! The void rippled, and the bone progenitor appeared. Master, do you know if there's a god emperor in the god realm who wears a purple robe with a red flower on his sleeve? His techniques are extremely strange and he's extremely fast. Fang Chen asked according to the memories of the Vice Island master and the Little Mouse. The bone progenitor thought for a moment and shook his head. There aren't many god emperors in the god realm. As long as someone becomes a god emperor, it will definitely shake the entire god realm. I've checked, and there's no such god emperor in the god realm. However, it's also possible that this god emperor deliberately changed his appearance. By the way, boss, when we stopped that god emperor, he seemed to have said something. The Little Mouse suddenly thought. He grabbed sister-in-law with one hand and said that she had a strange physique. The Phoenix clan? Fang Chen's mind was in a mess. His wife, Star and Moon, had been taken away by a mysterious god emperor and her whereabouts were unknown. Fang Chen, don't worry. If there's really such a god emperor, I should be able to find out. The bone progenitor comforted him. Follow me back to the Celestial Bone Palace first. I'll ask the other powerful god emperors for information. Fang Chen nodded. This was the only way now. In the end, Fang Chen, Little Mouse, and the others followed the bone progenitor back to the Celestial Bone Palace. A few days later, the bone progenitor returned without any results. The information that Fang Chen provided was too little. It was impossible to find out who the god emperor was. After receiving this news, Fang Chen made a decision in his heart. He was going to the South Pole. Perhaps that god emperor was related to the Phoenix clan. Boss, we'll go with you, the Little Mouse said. The four of you stay in the celestial bone palace and break through to the God-Emperor realm as soon as possible, Fang Chen said. The South Sea was vast and boundless. Coming to the South Pole again, Fang Chen was extremely anxious. I hope you will be fine. When Fang Chen was about to go to the territory of the Phoenix clan, he suddenly met four figures. Godly Emperor Destruction. The four of them recognized Fang Chen immediately when they saw him. Get out of my way. Fang Chen's face was gloomy as he said coldly. He was worried about the safety of his wife, Star, and Moon. He did not want to waste time here. I've heard that you're very powerful, Godly Emperor Destruction. You're the strongest person below the God Emperors. I've been itching to fight with you for a long time. The person who spoke exuded the rich power of the creation rules of order. At the same time, he revealed his identity. He was one of the 6 godly emperors of the creation rules. The other 3 were also godly emperors of the creation rules of order. Get lost. Hearing the godly emperor creation's words, Fang Chen scolded without hesitation. Seeing this, the 4 godly emperors' faces were gloomy. They were a little unhappy. Godly Emperor Destruction, we are the same as you. We are also godly emperors of the creation rules. Aren't you looking down on us by scolding us like this? The godly Emperor Creation said. Since you don't want to get lost, I'll make you get lost personally. Seeing Fang Chen take the initiative to attack, the godly Emperor Creation sneered. You're courting death. However, before he could make a move, he felt the space being squeezed. A terrifying force instantly swooped down. Dong. In Fang Chen's palm, the Titan Pagoda suddenly expanded and then smashed onto the godly Emperor Creation's body. The latter had almost no resistance and was instantly smashed into the ground. Creation. The other 3 godly emperors cried out when they saw this. Fang Chen's strength was already close to that of an emperor god. Activating the Titan Pagoda in anger, one could imagine the power. Boom. The godly Emperor Creation's battered body rushed out from the ground. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were scarlet. He looked at Fang Chen and said coldly, the godly Emperor Destruction is too strong. Let's attack together. The 4 godly emperors fought against Fang Chen. Good, very good. Fang Chen's face was cold. He held the Titan Pagoda in one hand and the hidden star sword in the other. Boom. The perfect sword body was fully activated and sword-shaped runes covered his body. The 24th level of the demonic dragon Sky Devastating Sword was instantly displayed. A terrifying black dragon let out a deafening dragon roar. Crack! The black dragon and the godly Emperor of Destiny's body collided and blocked the latter's attack. On the other hand, the Titan Pagoda suppressed the godly Emperor of Time in an unreasonable manner. The remaining godly Emperor of Space and the godly Emperor of Creation fought against Fang Chen's body. The shocking battle on the South Pole attracted the attention of the 3 beast clans. The 4 godly emperors floated in the clouds and looked at the battle below. They were all shocked. I didn't expect Fang Chen's strength to have grown to such a level. The 4 godly emperors of the laws are fighting against the godly Emperor of Destruction. It's really exciting. Looking at the situation, the godly Emperor of Destruction's strength can completely crush the other godly emperors. While the 4 godly emperors were talking, the battle below had already ended. Dong. The Titan Pagoda hit the godly Emperor of Creation and knocked him out. The immemorial soul refining art and the demonic dragon Sky Devastating Sword were displayed consecutively, forcing the 3 godly emperors into a miserable state. Bang! 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 The 3 godly emperors who barely blocked Fang Chen's attack retreated quickly and looked at Fang Chen in horror. Godly Emperor of Destruction, we have no grudge against you. This time, we just want to exchange pointers with you. That's right. Let's end the battle here. We are no match for you. Fang Chen's long robe fluttered even though there was no wind. At this moment, he was like a god of war. His aura was terrifying. Scram! Fang Chen shouted angrily. The 3 godly emperors took the unconscious godly Emperor of Creation and fled in a hurry. As for Fang Chen, he quickly went to the territory of the Phoenix clan. The shocking battle on the South Pole quickly spread throughout the divine world. As expected, it caused an uproar in the divine world. The name of the godly Emperor of Destruction resounded throughout the world. The godly Emperor of Destruction is too strong. That's right. He fought 4 divine emperors all by himself and still won. That's amazing. Countless true gods were discussing among themselves. Their hearts were trembling with fear. As for the emperor gods, they were shocked when they heard the news. Immediately, they unanimously agreed that Fang Chen's strength was close to the god-emperor realm. He was also the strongest godly emperor in this era. Chapter 1984. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. At the edge of the Antarctic continent, the previous battlefield was devastated. After all, the destructive power of a battle between divine emperors was quite terrifying. However, near the devastated battlefield, there was a mountain peak. A figure stood at the peak of the mountain. From the outside, this person looked like an ordinary person. There was no aura fluctuation on his body. His eyes were deep as he looked at Fang Chen, who was heading to the territory of the Phoenix clan, with a complicated smile on his face. 5 auras. It seems that you have killed the other successors. That's good, it saves me the trouble. The person muttered to himself, there will be a battle between you and me, but not now. After saying that, the person disappeared from the mountain peak in a flash. However, before the heat of the battle had died down, another piece of news caused a heated discussion in the god realm. The divine emperor of destiny announced that he would remove the title of rule. Many people were speculating whether this decision had something to do with his defeat to the divine emperor of destruction. All kinds of speculations were circulating in the streets. However, only the divine emperor of destiny knew best. He was just an imposter, and his purpose was to test the strength of the divine emperor of destruction and see how strong he was. In the territory of the Phoenix clan. Long time no see, divine emperor of destruction. The Phoenix clan leader welcomed Fang Chen. The clan leader's face was full of smiles. After all, Fang Chen used to be the Phoenix clan's golden consecrator. Now that he was famous in the god realm, it was beneficial for the Phoenix clan. Clan leader, I want to see the ancestor. Fang Chen directly stated his purpose of visit. The ancestor is already waiting for you. The Phoenix clan leader said with a smile. Fang Chen was not surprised at all. After all, the Phoenix ancestor was an emperor god. Although he was only at the first level, he was still a real emperor god. Love go little say W. Chu He had caused such a big disturbance in the Antarctic continent, so the 4 emperor gods must have known. After a while, Fang Chen arrived at the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan and met the Phoenix ancestor. Fang Chen, back then, I thought your potential was limitless. How long has it been? Your strength is already close to the God Emperor realm. The Phoenix ancestor said, if you step into the God Emperor realm one day, I wonder how strong you will be. Fang Chen wasn't in the mood to chat with the Phoenix Patriarch and directly asked, Patriarch, I came to the South Pole this time because I have something to ask you. Speak, said the Patriarch. There's no need to be so polite with me. Fang Chen nodded and said, Ancestor, my wife was taken away by a mysterious emperor god on Golden Summit Island. This god emperor seemed to recognize the Xianyin Phoenix physique. I would like to ask, is this person the Phoenix clan's hidden god emperor? The star and moon were taken away by the god emperor. Hearing that, the Phoenix clan's ancestors' expression changed. During this time, Fang Chen had been watching the Phoenix clan ancestor. He was carefully sizing him up to see if he was lying. The Phoenix clan doesn't have a god emperor hidden in the dark. The Phoenix clan ancestor laughed bitterly and spread his hands. If we did, we wouldn't have been forced to such a state by the 2 beast clans. Then do you know if there's a god emperor in the god realm who recognizes the Xianyin Phoenix physique? Or rather, is there a god emperor who has a close relationship with your Phoenix clan? Fang Chen continued to ask. The Phoenix clan ancestor thought for a while and shook his head in the end. There are only so many god emperors in the god realm. Even your master, the bone progenitor, doesn't know, let alone me. The Phoenix clan ancestor said, but don't worry, this god emperor might be related to the star and moon. A god emperor powerhouse could kill the star and moon as easily as taking something out of his pocket. However, He didn't hurt the star and moon. He only took them away. And from the looks of it, he seemed to recognize the star and moon's Xian Yin phoenix physique. Maybe he was related to the Xian Yin phoenix physique. Of course, this was all the Phoenix clan ancestors' guess. In fact, Fang Chen also thought of this, but he couldn't stay calm when it concerned his wife, the star and moon. Since you don't know, I'll take my leave first. Fang Chen cupped his fists. I'll send the Phoenix clansmen to gather information, the Phoenix clan ancestor said. Thank you. Then, Fang Chen turned and left. In the center of the Antarctic continent, Fang Chen met the Skyrock clan ancestor when he passed through the Tianpeng clan's territory. Fang Chen. The Skyrock clan ancestor looked at Fang Chen with a smile. Fang Chen frowned. Why did the Skyrock clan ancestor stop him? I saw you killing everyone and suppressing the 4 divine emperors. Compared to your strength, you should be comparable to a god emperor powerhouse, right? The Skyrock clan ancestor said with a smile. I'm itching to learn from the god emperor of destruction. Revenge for Feng Peng? Fang Chen exposed the Skyrock clan ancestor's pretense. The Skyrock clan ancestor wasn't angry and still looked at him with a smile. Because of you, Feng Peng destroyed his hope of entering the god emperor realm. If I don't do anything, won't I be laughed at by others? The Skyrock clan ancestor said. You were too weak before, so I didn't bother to attack you. Now that you're on the same level as me, our battle can be considered a fair fight. When Fang Chen heard this, a mocking expression appeared on his face. You want to take revenge, but you need to find some high-sounding reason. What a joke. So you're saying that you agree? You can't stop me if I want to leave. Besides, I'm not afraid of you. Although Fang Chen's words were arrogant, they weren't without reason. This is the most arrogant divine emperor I've ever seen. Suddenly, the demon bird clan ancestor walked out from the darkness. Arrogant? Fang Chen didn't think he was arrogant. He had the strength to say such words. Vroom. The terrifying aura descended again. Emperor God Xiao Luo and the Phoenix clan ancestor had arrived. Skyrock, you're an emperor god. Don't you think it's beneath you to attack a divine emperor? The Phoenix clan ancestor stopped him. Fang Chen, you go first. If Skyrock wants to attack, I'll help you stop him. Phoenix clan ancestor, you're making no sense. You've seen Fang Chen's strength. He's almost on the same level as us. It's not inappropriate for Skyrock to attack him, the demon bird clan ancestor sneered. Emperor God Xiao Luo's face was gloomy. Enough. Let Fang Chen leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being hostile. Emperor God Xiao Luo's strength was slightly above the 3 emperor gods. His words still had some deterrence. Xiao Luo, mind your own business, the Skyrock clan ancestor said. He and the demon bird clan ancestor looked at each other. Then, their bodies flashed and turned into flowing light, rushing towards Fang Chen. Stop. The Phoenix clan ancestor and Emperor God Xiao Luo attacked together, but were stopped by the demon bird clan ancestor. Are you bullying me because I'm weak? With a cold smirk, Fang Chen's Herculean tower appeared in his hand and instantly expanded. Suppress. Perfect sword body combined with the Herculean tower and let out a boundless power. The tower hit the Skyrock clan ancestor and forced him to retreat. At the same time, Fang Chen performed Demon Dragon Sky-destroying sword. A terrifying black dragon rushed towards the Skyrock clan ancestor. Deng deng deng. Caught off guard, the Skyrock clan ancestor was forced to retreat by Fang Chen. The scene shocked the other 3 emperor gods. This, Emperor God Xiao Luo and the Phoenix clan ancestor opened their eyes wide and looked at Fang Chen in shock. The Herculean tower in Fang Chen's hand gave out a glaring light. That's a supreme-grade true god weapon? After the Skyrock clan ancestor steadied himself, his face changed quickly and there was a flash of greed in his eyes. In the entire divine world, there were only a dozen supreme-grade true god weapons and only the strongest emperor gods had them. I said before that if I want to leave, you can't stop me. Fang Chen smirked coldly. The earlier fight had already proven his power. His power was close to that of an emperor god. With the Herculean tower, he could definitely fight evenly with a level 1 emperor god. However, he couldn't defeat him. The Phoenix clan ancestor and Emperor God Xiao Luo stopped and they were shocked. As expected of the bone progenitor's disciple, the Phoenix clan ancestor said. She thought the supreme grade true god weapon was given by the bone progenitor. The strongest emperor god in this universe era is really amazing, the emperor god Xiao Luo exclaimed. The demon bird clan ancestor and the sky rock clan ancestor looked at each other and they were embarrassed. If they continued to fight, they wouldn't be able to capture Fang Chen. The latter had the bone progenitor behind him. The Sky Rock clan ancestor only wanted to teach him a lesson, but he didn't dare to kill him. In that case, there was no chance. Lucky guy, the Sky Rock clan ancestor cursed in his heart. If he were to fight alone, he wouldn't be able to suppress Fang Chen. If he were to team up with the Demon Bird clan ancestor, the Phoenix clan ancestor and the Emperor God Xiao Luo would definitely not agree. Chapter 1985. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. Even though Ancestor Heavenly Rock really wanted to teach Fang Chen a lesson, he was helpless against the latter's strength. He could only watch as the latter left the South Pole. The 4 Emperor Gods looked at each other. Emperor God Xiao Luo said, "If you don't work hard, you will be surpassed by the younger generation." The trip to the South Pole was fruitless. This made Fang Chen even more anxious. Who took away his wife, star, and moon? His priority now was to determine whether his wife was in danger. When he hurried back to the Heavenly Bone Palace, the bone progenitor happened to be there. Fang Chen. The bone progenitor called Fang Chen to his residence. "I asked around for you. There are only so many emperor gods in the divine realm. No one knows who the one you mentioned is." Fang Chen's face was solemn and his eyes were filled with worry. "But you don't have to worry. The person who took away Star and Moon shouldn't have any bad intentions." The bone progenitor comforted him. "I heard about your battle in the South Pole. With your current strength, you are almost invincible in the divine emperor realm. I hope you can focus on cultivation and enter the emperor god realm as soon as possible. Once you enter the emperor god realm, your strength will increase again. Then, you may be able to find Star and Moon." Fang Chen nodded. He had calmed down from his initial panic. There was no point in being anxious now. If an Emperor God Realm expert wanted to hide, even his master, the bone progenitor, might not be able to find him, let alone him. After chatting with Fang Chen for a while, the bone progenitor changed the topic and asked about Fang Chen's recent difficulties in cultivation. "Are there any difficulties in cultivation recently?" the bone progenitor asked. Hearing this, Fang Chen temporarily put aside his worries and began to humbly ask for advice. "Master, my spacetime phantasm demon tome is stuck at the last step. There's still something I don't understand." Fang Chen told the bone progenitor everything that he did not understand. After the latter heard it, he began to explain it to Fang Chen. "Love go little say W in our spacetime cultivation system, the spacetime precepts are the most important and fundamental." The bone progenitor said, "Only when the precepts of time and the precepts of space are perfectly combined can they form the precepts of spacetime. Only by completely comprehending the laws of spacetime can one reach the pinnacle of the spacetime cultivation system." The spacetime phantasm demonic tome focuses on the laws of spacetime while the other laws are secondary. Following the bone progenitor's explanation, Fang Chen's mind exploded. The bone progenitor's words seemed to have opened a whole new door for him. The spacetime cultivation system is truly profound. I still know too little. I need to work harder. After a long time, Fang Chen sighed. For the rest of the time, Fang Chen asked anything that he did not understand. The bone progenitor was very attentive to his favorite disciple and answered every question. Boom. At a certain moment, the terrifying power of spacetime precepts suddenly emerged from Fang Chen's body. Then, he closed his eyes and entered a state of enlightenment. His potential is not bad. Seeing this, the bone progenitor was very pleased. Among his 7 disciples, Fang Chen's potential was the strongest. Moreover, he had caught up from behind, and his strength had completely surpassed his 6 senior brothers. He was the strongest divine emperor in this universe era. Just this point alone was enough to go down in history. A divine emperor who could fight against a first-stage divine emperor. Just thinking about it made him excited. It's said that divine emperor Swordless has a way of teaching his disciples. He has 3 divine emperors and 3 divine emperors. The latter is the only divine emperor who has an avatar. The bone progenitor sneered. I, the bone progenitor, am not bad either. Although none of my disciples are divine emperors can fight against divine emperors. At least in the current divine realm, only my disciple can do that. Moreover, the bone progenitor knew that Fang Chen would enter the divine emperor realm soon. At that time, his strength would definitely enter the 2nd stage. There was even a high possibility that he would reach the 3rd stage. Thinking about the faces of divine emperor Swordless and the others, the bone progenitor felt very satisfied. The space-time energy surrounded Fang Chen and his mind was filled with the space-time phantasm demon book's chant. Condense. With a light shout, Fang Chen successfully cultivated the 9th level of the space-time phantasm demon book. What a comfortable feeling. Fang Chen opened his eyes with a smile on his face. How is it? Do you feel that you are closer to the laws of space-time? The bone progenitor asked with a smile. Fang Chen nodded. The bone progenitor continued, our space-time cultivation system is the darling of space-time. If we want to escape, no one in the divine realm can catch up to us. Teacher, can our space-time cultivation system reach the peak and become a cosmos god? Fang Chen suddenly asked. Hearing this, the bone progenitor's expression turned pale. He laughed bitterly and shook his head. Even though the space-time cultivation system was created by me, I feel that there are many loopholes and flaws. Perhaps only cosmos gods can perfect it. I believe that teacher will definitely become a cosmos god. Fang Chen said. The bone progenitor shook his head. It was extremely difficult to become a cosmos god. The bone progenitor had stepped into the ranks of the strongest god emperors for an unknown period of time. He could not advance any further. Becoming a cosmos god was out of his reach. You should cultivate well. If there is anything you do not understand, you can ask me. The bone progenitor stood up and prepared to leave. Teacher, Fang Chen wanted to say something but hesitated. Just say it. There is no need to be polite with me. The bone progenitor said. Teacher, I wish to return to the lower realm and take a look. I can also settle down my family and friends. Fang Chen said in a low voice. Hearing this, the bone progenitor immediately understood the thoughts of Fang Chen. All right, I'll send you off. The bone progenitor said. His wife, Star and Moon, was taken away by a mysterious expert and her whereabouts were unknown. This made Fang Chen very worried about his family in the lower realm. Furthermore, it had been a long time since he went back to visit them. It was time for him to make a trip back. Above the Skybone Palace, the bone progenitor floated in midair. With a wave of his palm, a terrifying black hole appeared in the void in front of him, penetrating through the entire world. You can go down from here. The bone progenitor said. In fact, with Fang Chen's current strength, he could use his own strength to tear through the void and force his way into the lower realm. However, the bone progenitor's methods were clearly stronger than his. Thank you, teacher. Fang Chen thanked him and immediately plunged into the black hole. The lower realm was boundless and extremely vast. At a glance, the entire lower realm was a vast ocean. On the ocean, there were countless Xiao Hei points. Upon closer inspection, these Xiao Hei points were archipelagos. On those archipelagos, there were countless islands. The lower realm of today had entered a period of rapid development. The overall strength of the warriors had increased by a large margin. Among them, the most famous was Green Bamboo Island. Its reputation even overshadowed the 4 great holy lands. The current owner of Green Bamboo Island was Fang Chen's disciple, Tian Xin. Green Bamboo Island had become the most sacred place for cultivation in the lower realm. Countless geniuses fought to enter this place. Within Green Bamboo Island, Tian Xin stood in the island master's residence and looked up at the blue sky with a melancholy look on his face. I have retraced the places that teacher has passed by. I have also defeated all of teacher's enemies in the past, Tian Xin muttered to himself. Now in the lower realm, There are not many people who can make me fight. However, how am I going to find my gate of guidance and enter the divine world to find teacher? Tian Xin was melancholy. He had already reached the eternal realm and was at the top of the lower realm. However, he was still unable to find his gate of guidance. I wonder how teacher is doing in the divine world. Thinking of his teacher, Tian Xin felt proud. The greatest fortune in my life is to be able to become teacher's disciple. Tian Xin smiled. With teacher's potential, he should be able to stand firm in the divine world now, right? Whoosh. Two peerless beauties suddenly appeared beside Tian Xin. Xin, what are you thinking about? The woman in the yellow dress asked with a smile. The woman in green opened her red lips and said, Xin, your current strength is already at the peak of the lower realm. Moreover, you are not young anymore. It is time to think about your marriage. In the entire lower realm, who knew how many great clans wanted to marry the most precious daughter of their clan to Tian Xin? Once they married into Green Bamboo Island, they would be hugging a powerful thigh and their families would prosper easily. Even the 4 great holy lands had their eyes on Tian Xin. However, Tian Xin did not think about these things. Aunt Xin, you are still talking about me. Tian Xin turned his head and looked at the 2 women. Hearing this, Bai Qingqing and Princess Xin looked at each other and a helpless look appeared on their faces. Who in this world is more outstanding than your teacher? Chapter 1986. Genius remembers love in 1 second small? I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Am I that outstanding? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from the void. In the next moment, the 3 of them, including Tian Xin, were stunned. They looked in the direction of the voice in disbelief, their eyes wide open. Master, is that you? After a short moment of shock, Tian Xin's face was filled with excitement. Master, is that you? As soon as Tian Xin finished speaking, Fang Chen walked out from the void. Fang Chen. Bai Qingqing and Princess Xin's eyes were filled with tears. They had forgotten how long it had been since they last felt this way. How have you been? Fang Chen nodded at Tian Xin, then looked at Bai Qingqing and Princess Xin. His expression changed as he spoke in a low voice. Master, why have you come back? Tian Xin rushed to Fang Chen's side and shouted excitedly. I came back to see how you are doing. After saying that, Fang Chen patted Tian Xin's shoulder gently. Tian Xin said tactfully, Master, accompany Aunt Qing and Aunt Xin first. I have some matters to attend to. After Tian Xin left, Fang Chen looked at the 2 girls quietly. Bai Qingqing's black eyes looked at Fang Chen, her face full of excitement. How have you been in the divine world? Very good. How about you too? Fang Chen asked. The 2 girls smiled bitterly. They had not been living well in the past few years. The news of Fang Chen's return to the lower world was only known by some of his friends and relatives on Green Bamboo Island. The leaders of the 4 great saint lands came to visit Fang Chen. Even Realm Master Fu Mo and Monarch Blackblade came. The island master's residence on Green Bamboo Island was very lively. Fang Chen was catching up with his old friends. Fang Chen, you are really amazing. How long have you been in the divine world? You are already able to return to the lower world. Yes, we have an expert like the bone progenitor in the lower world. Now that you've appeared, it's truly a blessing for the human race. At the banquet, the Blackblade Monarch and the others requested Fang Chen to give them some pointers. Fang Chen gladly agreed. He spent a total of 3 days to instruct all the top experts of the human clan in the lower realm. Some of them directly broke through on the spot. As a result, the crowd was even more shocked by Fang Chen's strength. What kind of unimaginable level had he reached? Holy Master, I came back this time to visit my family and friends, and also to bring some cultivation resources for the human race, Fang Chen said. Then, he took out a spatial ring that he had prepared and handed it over to the Holy Lord. After the Holy Lord dripped a drop of blood to claim ownership, he opened the spatial ring and was thoroughly shocked. This is too valuable. The competition in the divinity world is even more intense. You need it more than we do. The human Holy Master declined. However, Fang Chen shook his head. I don't need these things. Holy Master, please accept them. Choose some elites of the younger generation and give them some cultivation resources. Fang Chen said, there are some cultivation techniques in here, but because the overall strength of the mortal world is limited, I only chose some low-grade cultivation techniques. Fang Chen, you've done too much for the human race, the human holy master said in a low voice. Fang Chen grinned. This was his hometown, and he was also a part of the human race. After sending off the top experts of the mortal world, Fang Chen began to help Tian Xin find the Gate of Guidance. With Fang Chen's help, Tian Xin quickly found the Gate of Guidance and ascended to the divinity world. I still have some things to do. When I return to the divinity world, I'll look for you, Fang Chen said. After Tian Xin ascended, Fang Chen wanted to help Bai Qingqing and Princess Xin increase their strength, but the two women rejected him. One day, Fang Chen was talking with Luo Liuli when the Holy Master suddenly came to visit. Holy Master, what's the matter? Fang Chen pointed at the stone bench in the garden and asked with a smile. Fang Chen, I've come to find you because I need your help with something. The human Holy Master pondered for a moment and said, however, this might bring you danger. You have to consider it carefully. Speak. Fang Chen smiled. To be honest, there was nothing in the mortal world that could threaten his life. Hearing this, the human Holy Master nodded and said, ever since you ascended to the divinity world, the mortal world has been in a state of peace. However, not long ago, the entire lower realm was suddenly shaken. Soon, I discovered that a crack appeared at the border of the mortal world. Crack. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. The mortal world was a huge sealed space with a strong boundary wall around it. It was isolated from the void to ensure the safety of the mortal world. Now, a crack had appeared. Bring me there to take a look, Fang Chen said. The human Holy Master told Fang Chen the location and the latter used the Spacetime Illusion Demon Book. After a few breaths, they arrived at the border of the mortal world. The spiritual chi above the 9 heavens was extremely violent. Even life and death realm warriors would find it difficult to enter. Even eternal realm warriors would not be willing to come here. However, now that Fang Chen was standing there, the violent spiritual chi instantly became gentle. Standing in the clouds, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the heavens in the distance. There was a very small crack in the heavens. Fang Chen could feel a strong aura coming from outside the crack. Outside the mortal world, there should be space turbulence. Fang Chen said to himself. He then looked at the human Holy Master and said, wait here. I'll go out and take a look. With that, Fang Chen went through the crack and came out of the void. Rumble. Terrifying space turbulence roared beside Fang Chen, but it could not get close to him. The spatial turbulence was extremely dangerous for eternal realm warriors. However, it was nothing to Fang Chen, who was in the Divine Emperor realm. Space turbulence has its own rules. It should not collide with the mortal world, Fang Chen said with a frown. The mortal world had its own rules. The will of the universe would protect the mortal world's boundary wall from being damaged. Even divine realm warriors would have to pay a price if they wanted to enter the mortal world. It was absolutely impossible for a mere spatial turbulence to break through the barrier of the lower realms. What's going on? Fang Chen's divine sense spread out and instantly covered a radius of 10,000 miles. In the endless void, there was a dead silence. Darkness shrouded everything and nothing could be seen. Fang Chen's divine sense discovered one black hole after another and one spatial turbulence after another. Hey! After checking for a long time, he suddenly found something wrong. Immediately, Fang Chen's figure flashed and instantly arrived in front of one of the space turbulence. It's this space turbulence that is hitting the mortal world's boundary wall. Fang Chen said to himself. His palm gently touched the space turbulence. The golden heart beat rapidly, and suddenly an evil aura escaped from it. Perceiving this evil aura, Fang Chen's face changed greatly. How could the aura of the Holy Light Temple appear here? Fang Chen was a little surprised. In an instant, countless thoughts appeared in his mind. Could it be that the Holy Light Temple controlled the space turbulence to hit the mortal world's boundary wall? But why would they do this? After discovering this doubt, Fang Chen's face became gloomy and he continued to go deeper into the space turbulence. The deeper he went, the more serious his face became. Because the evil aura was getting more and more serious. Could it be that there's a holy light temple nest here? Fang Chen thought. Thinking of this, he no longer went forward, but returned to the mortal world. Whoosh! In the sky, the human race's holy master anxiously waited for Fang Chen. Holy master! Fang Chen, what's the situation? The holy master hurriedly asked. It's nothing serious. You can go back first. Fang Chen said. The holy master nodded and left. Immediately, Fang Chen waved his hand, and a terrifying aura of array Dao instantly spread out. He was setting up an array. He wanted to use the array to cover the entire mortal world to protect the safety of the mortal world. Rumble. Not long after, an absolute God-level array was born. This was the strongest absolute God-level array that Fang Chen had set up so far. The mortal world's mortal world did not notice the existence of this array. After setting up the array, Fang Chen glanced in the direction of Green Bamboo Island. Before this, he had already settled his family and friends and left a lot of cultivation resources, enough to support their cultivation for hundreds of years. He had made too many enemies in the heavenly realm, so he did not want to bring them to the heavenly realm for the time being. Fortunately, I made a trip back. Immediately, Fang Chen quietly left the mortal world and appeared in the space turbulence outside the endless void. Chapter 1987. Genius 1 second. Remember love go little? Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Activating his perfect sword body, dense sword-shaped runes circulated, protecting Fang Chen's body. He could travel through the boundless void without any fear. Although the lower realm and the deity world were a whole universe, there were still differences. If the entire universe was compared to an egg, then the egg would be the egg. The lower realm universe was the egg white, which was also the most basic universe. And the deity world universe was the egg yolk, which was also the core and the highest level universe. Outside the lower realm universe was the endless void. Although the endless void was dangerous, it was targeted at the warriors in the lower realm universe. To Fang Chen and the others, it was nothing. They could travel through it easily. And outside the deity world universe was the chaotic void. The chaotic void was filled with extremely dense chaotic aura. Even god emperors did not dare to enter it easily. Only cosmos gods could leave the deity world universe and go to a wider world. In the chaotic void, Fang Chen's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the deepest part. Here, there was a storm spring. A terrifying power was escaping from it. This is the core of the chaotic void, Fang Chen said. He carefully sensed that the evil aura in the storm spring was getting denser. There's a problem. Fang Chen approached the storm spring. His hands touched the storm spring. In an instant, the evil aura of the holy light religion emerged. Xiao, from the storm spring, a spear completely condensed by the evil aura pierced out. Peng. Seeing this, Fang Chen punched out, shattering the evil spear. Break. Immediately after, he let out a low roar. Boundless power burst forth from his body and directly enveloped the entire eye of the storm spring, forcibly shattering it. Huala! The storm spring was the root of the chaotic void. Once it shattered, the chaotic void would be completely chaotic and lost in the endless void. Brat, are you courting death? Suddenly, a voice came. Then, a heavenly god appeared from the evil aura. He was wearing armor and holding a battle axe. He stared coldly at Fang Chen. Remnants of holy light religion? When Fang Chen saw this, he confirmed his guess even more. Who are you? The armored man with the axe asked coldly. It is impossible for martial artists from the lower realms to come here. Are you from the deity world? So, the crack that appeared in the lower realm universe was caused by your holy light religion? Fang Chen asked. Kid, you know too much. The armored man with the axe waved his hand and the axe whistled through the air, chopping towards Fang Chen. Fang Chen's palms danced like a ghost as he slapped the man a few times. Immediately, the latter's body froze in midair. At this moment, the man with the axe finally felt fear. How is this possible? He was a celestial god realm cultivator, so it went without saying that the other party was a true god realm expert. Speak, why is the Holy Light Temple here? Fang Chen coldly asked. Don't even think about getting any useful information out of me, the man with the axe said with a gloomy face. Poochie. Fang Chen pointed his finger and both arms of the man with the axe were crippled. Trying to transmit your voice to others? Fang Chen sneered. Trying to play tricks in front of him, what a joke. Just kill me. The man with the axe screamed miserably, his face ferocious. Tell me everything you know. Fang Chen said. Impossible. The man with the axe screamed crazily. He would rather die than submit. Voila. The armored man with the axe was stared at by Fang Chen. In an instant, he fell into an illusion. Why are you here? Fang Chen asked. I am a celestial under celestial phenomenon emperor. I am responsible for invading and controlling the lower realms. The man with the axe said. Who is celestial phenomenon emperor? Celestial phenomenon emperor is an elder of the Holy Light religion, responsible for a stronghold of the Holy Light religion. The place I am guarding is a branch of the celestial phenomenon stronghold. How many people are there in the branch? There are more than 700 people in the branch. Basically, they are all celestial phenomenon emperors. Hearing this, Fang Chen frowned and continued to ask, why do you want to invade the lower realms? The hometown of the celestial emperor of destruction is the lower realms. His family and friends are all in the lower realms. As long as you control it, you can control the celestial emperor of destruction and make him obey the Holy Light religion. Because of me. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment. Immediately, his eyes were filled with killing intent. What is your plan? Celestial Phenomenon Emperor ordered us to sneak into the lower realms quietly. We are not allowed to be exposed. The celestial emperors of the celestial realm are extremely powerful. Once we launch a large-scale attack, we will be discovered by them. Our plan is to disguise ourselves as space turbulence and hit the boundary wall of the lower realms. Then, we will send celestial phenomenon emperors into the lower realms. We will sneak into some big forces and secretly control them. Hearing this, Fang Chen's face changed greatly. So far, how many celestial phenomenon emperors have entered the lower realms? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. 300 celestial phenomenon emperors have entered the lower realms. According to the plan, it is estimated that in half a year, we will be able to completely control the lower realms. The man with the axe said woodenly. Tell me the aura of those 300 celestial phenomenon emperors. Fang Chen ordered. The man with the axe shook his head and said, His Majesty is afraid that there will be a mistake. Therefore, other than the three of them, no one knows who has entered the lower realms. Fang Chen clenched his fists, his face gloomy to the extreme. The Holy Light religion was really unscrupulous in order to kill him. Where is your branch? Fang Chen asked. The storm spring that you destroyed before was the entrance to our branch. I was guarding it. Now that the storm spring has been destroyed, we can only enter the branch through the secret passage. The man with the axe said. Take me there. Under the control of Fang Chen's powerful illusion, the man with the axe had almost no resistance. He obediently led Fang Chen to the secret passage. A moment later, after passing through several space turbulence, they finally arrived in front of the secret passage. You've hidden it well, Fang Chen said. Immediately, he ordered the man with the axe to open the passage and take him into the branch's lair. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, Fang Chen passed through the passage and came to an independent space. Establishing an independent space in the space turbulence. Fang Chen said gloomily. His finger gently touched the man with the axe, and the latter suddenly woke up. Why am I here? When the man with the axe saw Fang Chen, he panicked and wanted to escape. Die! He killed him with one blow. Immediately, Fang Chen's divine sense enveloped the entire independent space. In an instant, he found hundreds of holy light religion remnants hidden in the independent space. In a palace, the three god kings were discussing how to send the next batch of celestial phenomenon emperors into the lower realms. 300 celestial phenomenon emperors have been sent, plus this batch of 100 people. It's almost time to act. One of the god kings said. We must control the lower realms quietly, and then let Celestial Phenomenon Emperor come out and contact Celestial Destruction Emperor. Humph, when the time comes, won't Celestial Destruction Emperor be controlled by our Holy Light religion? The plan of the three God Kings was very vicious. They used Fang Chen's relatives to threaten him. Remnants of Holy Light religion. Boom. Fang Chen was extremely furious in his heart. He directly released the terrifying aura of the Divine Emperor realm. Suddenly, the entire branch's countless Celestial Phenomenon Emperors prostrated themselves on the ground in fear. What a strong aura. It's not Celestial Phenomenon Emperor. Could it be that someone has broken into our branch? Let's go and see. The three God Kings shot into the sky. Kill. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice and started a massacre. The three God Kings had long been frightened by his aura and fled in panic. As for those Celestial Phenomenon Emperors, they had no power to resist. In the blink of an eye, the independent space of the branch turned into a hell on earth. A moment later, hundreds of Celestial Phenomenon Emperors were dead. Trying to escape. Fang Chen sneered. Immediately, he used the Time Illusion Demon Book and instantly appeared in front of the three God Kings. Who are you? How dare you go against our Holy Light religion? You're about to die, and you still dare to threaten me? With a thought, Fang Chen froze the space. The bodies of the three great divine kings were imprisoned in the void. He raised his fist and was about to kill the three of them when he suddenly thought of a problem. I can do this. Immediately, Fang Chen's face revealed a sinister smile. The three of you don't have to die for the time being. However, you have to help me do something. Chapter 1988. Genius remembers love in 1 second small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. In fact, with Fang Chen's strength, he didn't need their consent to control them. He planned to control the three divine kings, lure out Celestial Phenomenon Emperor, and completely destroy Celestial Phenomenon in one fell swoop. A moment later, the three divine kings were controlled by Fang Chen. The three of you stay in the branch and wait for Celestial Phenomenon Emperor's order. Fang Chen said. Yes, Master. The three divine kings said respectfully. Fang Chen nodded with satisfaction, then left the branch and went back the way he came. After returning to the universe of the lower realm, Fang Chen's heart gradually calmed down. He came at the right time, not late at all. Although the 300 divine kings sneaked into the lower realm, at least they didn't cause any substantial damage. Fang Chen spread out his divine sense and instantly locked onto the aura of the 300 divine kings. Although they tried their best to hide, they could at most deceive the human warriors in the lower realm. Fang Chen's primordial spirit had reached half a step into the fourth Yuan realm, which was comparable to a god emperor. Nothing could deceive him. What a good method. Fang Chen sneered. The 300 divine kings were scattered on the major islands and secretly controlled the top forces on these islands. Even the 4 great holy lands had divine kings from the Holy Light religion sneaked in. In fact, what surprised Fang Chen the most was that there were several divine kings from the Holy Light religion on Green Bamboo Island. Green Bamboo Island. The entire Green Bamboo Island was shocked when Tian Xin ascended to the god realm. After the departure of Island Master Tian Xin, the 2 most prestigious people on Green Bamboo Island were Bai Qingqing and Princess Xin. And it turned out that the 2 of them were fully capable of managing Green Bamboo Island. However, an unforeseen event suddenly occurred in the originally smooth succession of the Island Lord position. Elder Mu Ku, who had always been known for his gentle character, suddenly wanted to compete for the Island Master position. I, Mu Ku, am a meritorious elder of Green Bamboo Island. I followed Island Master Fang Chen to establish Green Bamboo Island. I think I am more qualified than Bai Qingqing and Princess Xin to be the Island Master. These were Mu Ku's words. He was the first elder to follow Fang Chen to consolidate the position of Green Bamboo Island. After so many years of bitter cultivation, his strength had already reached the limits of life and death realm. They were only 1 step away from entering the Eternal Realm. There were many of them on Green Bamboo Island. Mu Ku said. Instantly, many people changed their minds and supported Elder Mu Ku. For a moment, the Vice Island Master was caught in a dilemma. However, Bai Qingqing and Princess Xin quickly came to an agreement. Since Elder Mu Ku wanted to compete for the position of Island Lord fairly, they would appear to be too narrow-minded if they disagreed. This is the island he left behind. We can't let it fall into the hands of others, Bai Qingqing said. Today was also the day of the final battle. Elder Muke challenged the two women. As long as he could defeat one of them, he would be able to become the Vice Island Lord. If he could defeat both of them, he could become the Island Master. In the largest square of Green Bamboo Island, there was a sea of people. On the rostrum, the Vice Island Master stood quietly, personally presiding over the battle. Everyone, I won't go into the details. I'm sure everyone already knows. Let's begin. After saying that, the Vice Island Master's gaze fell on Elder Muke. The latter's figure flashed and appeared on the martial stage. You two, come at me together. Elder Muke's words were filled with arrogance. No need. Bai Qingqing said coldly. Soon after, she leaped onto the martial stage. You'll regret it. A vast aura erupted from Elder Muke's body as he attacked like thunder. Logically speaking, Bai Qingqing and Elder Muke's strength were about the same. However, the situation on the martial arts stage was one-sided. Elder Muke's thunderous attacks suppressed Bai Qingqing to the point that she couldn't retaliate. Bang! Elder Muke punched out, and Bai Qingqing's body was sent flying like a kite. Love go little say W, chew crash. Seeing this, Princess Xin stomped her feet and arrived on the martial stage, hugging Bai Qingqing. Are you all right? Princess Xin asked. Bai Qingqing shook her head, her face gloomy. Let's attack together so that I don't have to waste my time. There was an uproar in the square. The hearts of countless martial artists were filled with shock and awe. Elder Muke, who had always kept a low profile, was actually so powerful. Has Elder Muke entered the Eternal Realm? The battle on the martial stage erupted again. However, something even more shocking happened. Bai Qingqing and Princess Xin were unable to fend off Elder Muke's attack even when they joined forces. Kill. A cold light flashed across Elder Muke's eyes. He was filled with killing intent. In the clouds, Fang Chen sneered. Soon after, he stretched out his big hand, causing the sky to change color. A terrifying force rushed down from the big hand and blasted toward Elder Muke. Dong. The entire martial stage shook. All the martial artists were dumbfounded. What's that? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they stared at the void. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen appeared casually and landed on the martial stage. Are you all right? Fang Chen walked to the two women and took out 2 pills from his bosom, handing them to the 2 women. Eat this. Elder Muke got up from the ground. He was furious. Just as he was about to scold them, he suddenly realized that the person who came was Fang Chen. It's you. A trace of panic flashed across Elder Muke's eyes. What's wrong? Elder Muke, are you surprised to see me? There was a thunderous applause in the square. Everyone was welcoming the return of the human race hero with the most fanatical passion. You, Elder Muke said in a deep voice, since the Island Master is back, there is no need for me to continue fighting for the Island Master position. With that, Elder Muke wanted to leave. Elder Muke, don't you want to explain to me? Fang Chen asked. Explain what? Holy light religion. Swoosh. When Elder Muke heard this, his body trembled. He immediately turned into a stream of light and disappeared from Green Bamboo Island. Die. Across the void, Fang Chen slashed out with his sword and killed Elder Muke. Island Master, Elder Muke has been possessed. Fang Chen briefly explained and then said, from today onwards, Bai Qingqing and Princess Xin are both Green Bamboo Island Masters. With that, Fang Chen immediately left Green Bamboo Island and went to the 4 Great Holy Lands. At the same time, the same thing happened in the 4 Great Holy Lands. The Yuan race's holy land was the most dangerous. The Yuan demon sword noticed that something was wrong with the elders of the Yuan race. The latter knew that he had been exposed. He immediately used his true means and completely sealed off the entire Yuan race. From now on, I am the patriarch of the Yuan race. Those who obey me will prosper and those who oppose me will perish. The remaining Holy Light Religion member said in a deep voice. I would rather die than submit. The Yuan demon sword took the lead to attack. The giant sword tore through the sky and swept across the world, ruthlessly slashing toward the remaining Holy Light Religion member. Whoosh! The terrifying attack did not hurt the remaining Holy Light Religion member. Instead, the latter held the Yuan demon sword in his hand. You dare to challenge me with a mere weapon? You're courting death. With that, the remaining Holy Light Religion member exerted strength in his palm, wanting to crush the Yuan demon sword. Old friend, long time no see. Fang Chen appeared out of thin air and said with a smile while looking at the Yuan demon sword. The Yuan demon sword vibrated and let out a loud sword hum. Before the remaining Holy Light Religion member could react, he was killed by Fang Chen. Then, Fang Chen's consciousness locked onto the remaining Holy Light Religion members who had sneaked into the Yuan race and killed them all. The primordial demon sword lay beside Fang Chen, looking very intimate. This time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, the Yuan race would have disappeared from history. The Yuan demon sword said. After I deal with the crisis in the lower realm, I'll give you an opportunity. Fang Chen said. Next, Fang Chen solved the crisis of the spirit race, the human race, and the Luo race. In just 3 days, he killed all the 300 Holy Light Religion members who were hiding in the lower realm. The crisis in the lower realm was quietly solved by Fang Chen. On this day, Fang Chen once again came to the Yuan race. It seems that you're doing well in the God realm. The Yuan demon sword said. I'll give you an opportunity, but I have a condition. Fang Chen said. What condition? I can raise your grade to the level of a treasure in the God realm. Your task is to guard the lower realm. As long as there are enemies invading, you have to expel and destroy them. Fang Chen said. Hearing this, the Yuan demon sword vibrated. The level of a treasure in the God realm was the realm it dreamed of. Okay, I promise you. Because it was connected to the Yuan demon sword, it was relatively easy to forge it. The materials for the forging were all prepared. Are you ready? Fang Chen asked. Chapter 1989. A genius will remember love in 1 second. I'll provide you with interesting novels to read. After everything was ready, Fang Chen began to work in the Yuan tribe's ancestral land. Buzz! With a thought, a terrifying flame burst out and enveloped the entire Yuan demon sword. The current Fang Chen's strength was no longer the same as before. His control over flames had naturally reached the point of perfection. Moreover, the undying flame had reached its limit. Even an immortal king would be injured if they touched it. The first step was to refine the original demon sword. This was a piece of cake for Fang Chen. In a few breaths' time, the original demon sword was completely refined. Then, Fang Chen took a deep breath and put the materials he had prepared into the liquefied original demon sword. Then, the undying flame burned the sword again. The entire process only took half an hour. The original demon sword was formed again. Although it was in the simplest shape, it was enough to shock the entire Yuan tribe. What a powerful aura! The original demon sword has become stronger. Yeah, I didn't expect our Yuan tribe's treasure to be like this one day. Thanks to Fang Chen. Luckily, we didn't offend him back then. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The leader of the Yuan tribe stood in the square quietly. His dark eyes stared in the direction of the ancestral land. Just the aura of the original demon sword was enough to make his heart tremble. What level has this guy reached? The leader of the Yuan tribe muttered to himself. The process of refining the original demon sword was very easy. However, just as the refining was about to be completed, something unexpected happened. Between heaven and earth, terrifying sword qi instantly attacked, surging into the Yuan race's ancestral land. Then, Fang Chen felt his mind vibrate. The next moment, his body was filled with a strong sword qi. When Fang Chen saw this, he was slightly stunned. Then, he froze for a moment. Only then did he realize. He had been stuck at the saint level for a long time, but he had unintentionally broken through to the absolute god level. In that case, I'll refine you into a true god weapon. Originally, Fang Chen had planned to forge the Origin Demon Sword into a top-quality heavenly divine artifact. But now, he had enough strength to refine the Yuan Demon Sword into a true god weapon. The Demon Origin Sword seemed to have sensed the change in Fang Chen. It hummed happily in response to Fang Chen. Hiss hiss hiss. The forging process continued. As Fang Chen forged, he tried to learn more about the absolute god-class swordsmith. Fang Chen had known this a long time ago. Forging a sword was akin to comprehending it. 6 hours later. Dawn. Inside the Yuan race's ancestral land, a deafening sword cry erupted. Immediately after, a terrifying sword light soared into the sky. A thunderous pressure swept through the Yuan clan. Even the Yuan clan master was unable to move under the pressure. What happened? Some of the Yuan race clansmen who didn't know what was going on cried out. They had just experienced a shock within the clan, and now such a tyrannical aura had appeared. It was no wonder that they were shocked. Did you succeed? The Yuan clan master's body trembled. His face was full of excitement. Inside the ancestral land, Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes. Sword chi surrounded him. Low-grade true god weapon. Looking at the Yuan demon sword in his hand, Fang Chen grinned. Although it was only low-grade, it was still a true god weapon. No one in the entire lower world could withstand the attack of the Yuan demon sword. Thank you. The Yuan demon sword transmitted its voice to Fang Chen. It was very excited. After becoming a true god weapon, the Yuan demon sword also knew about the weapon grades in the god realm. It was extremely shocked. Love go little say W, chew with your strength, you can easily destroy the lower world's universe. Don't make a move unless you have no other choice, Fang Chen warned. Don't worry, starting today. I'll help you guard the lower world. Whoever dares to cause trouble in the lower world will have to go through me first, the Yuan demon sword said confidently. Fang Chen nodded. With the Yuan demon sword's current strength, even if a heavenly god caused trouble, he could completely suppress it. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen left the Yuan clan's ancestral land with the Yuan demon sword. How was it? The Yuan clan master was a little impatient. Clan master, the Yuan demon sword has been refined. Take a look, I'll be leaving first. The Yuan clan master wanted to say something, but Fang Chen had already disappeared. On Green Bamboo Island, Fang Chen refined the Green Bamboo Array and directly upgraded it to an absolute god array. Moreover, the array's control center was in the hands of by Qingqing and Princess Xin. Any expert who sneaked in would definitely trigger the array. After Fang Chen's refinement, Green Bamboo Island's defense could be said to be the strongest in the lower world. At the same time, he also left a lot of cultivation resources and some powerful techniques. After ensuring that there were no remnants of the Holy Light sect in the lower world, Fang Chen quietly left the lower world. How was it? Did Celestial Phenomenon Emperor contact you? Outside the void, Fang Chen contacted the 3 godly kings. Not yet, one of the godly kings replied. The 3 of you, take the initiative to contact Celestial Phenomenon Emperor and say that the matter has been settled. The lower world is completely under your control, Fang Chen said. The 3 godly kings began to contact Celestial Phenomenon Emperor. A moment later, one of them said, Master, Celestial Phenomenon Emperor has received the news. He wants us to continue to control the lower world. Soon, he will secretly find you in the god realm. Hearing this, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. Then, he used the illusion technique to kill the 3 godly kings. It was better to be safe than sorry. He was not willing to let the lower world suffer any kind of harm. After all, his family and friends were there. God Realm, South Tomb Sword Palace territory. After Fang Chen returned to the God Realm, he immediately rushed to the South Tomb Sword Palace territory. With his current strength, his appearance in the South Tomb Sword Palace territory was instantly known by the Death God Emperor and other higher-ups. However, they did not dare to act recklessly. What is Fang Chen doing in the South Tomb Sword Palace territory? The Death God Emperor had been paying attention to Fang Chen. Soon, Fang Chen found the servant hall of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Tian Xin. His consciousness enveloped the servant hall and found Tian Xin. Sparring partner? Fang Chen frowned. Back then, he was forced to come to the servant hall as a sparring partner. Handyman Hall, Cultivation Square. Kid, come over here and be my sparring partner. An upper-level 10,000 ancient realm guy scolded Tian Xin. Why should I be your sparring partner? Tian Xin's temper was very strong. He rejected directly. Bang! However, he was answered with a pair of iron fists. This person's strength was much stronger than Tian Xin's. He sent Tian Xin flying with one punch. If I tell you to be my sparring partner, you have to be my sparring partner. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Do you believe me? The person said fiercely. In the training square, the other disciples shook their heads. They looked at Tian Xin with sympathy in their eyes. This guy is finished. Yeah, if he's chosen by this demon, he'll be killed in a few days. This guy is crazy. In just half a month, he's already killed 5 sparring partners. Who asked him to be so strong? What can we do? Some sparring partners gathered together. They prayed in their hearts that they wouldn't be chosen by the servant hall disciple. Otherwise, they might die. In the divine world, the strong were respected. It was the same in the servant hall. Tian Xin was furious, but he compromised. I can't be impulsive. Wait for master to come, Tian Xin said to himself. Then, he stood up and walked towards the disciple who was called a demon. Mph, you're asking for a beating. The person said coldly. Go over there and stand with the wooden stake. I'm going to start cultivating. Tian Xin's face was expressionless as he stood in front of the wooden stake. Boom. The person clenched his fists, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. He was very strong. He clenched his fists, and the air shook. He faced Tian Xin and punched him. Bang! However, everyone thought that Tian Xin would be seriously injured and fall to the ground. However, an unexpected scene appeared. Tian Xin was still standing there quietly. The person who punched him was sent flying. Ah! The person screamed miserably. His fist was broken, and he spat out blood. His face was pale. How dare you touch my disciple? At this moment, Fang Chen appeared and said coldly. Who are you? An elder of the odd job hall berated loudly. Fang Chen unleashed his divine emperor realm aura. Immediately, the higher-ups of the servant hall rushed over. What's going on? Please visit and bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Chapter 1990. Genius 1 second. Remember love go little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fellow Daoist, what brings you to the South Tomb Sword Palace Servant Hall? The Servant Hall Master purposely emphasized the words Sword Palace of the South Tomb to inform Fang Chen. This was the South Tomb Sword Palace's territory. You'd better not mess around, or you'll have to bear the consequences. Why am I here? Of course I'm here to pick up my disciple, Fang Chen said indifferently. The upper echelons of the servant hall were not strong enough to come into contact with the upper echelons of the divine world. Naturally, they did not know Fang Chen, so they did not know that the killing god in front of them was someone that even the swordless emperor could not handle. May I ask who your disciple is? Why is he in the servant hall? The servant hall master asked. Although he had the South Tomb Sword Palace as his backer, the servant hall master did not dare to be careless in front of someone he could not see through. Fang Chen pointed at Tian Xin who was beside the wooden stake and said, "He is my disciple. If I had come a little later, my disciple would have been beaten to death." Obviously, Fang Chen was extremely dissatisfied with the servant hall. The Eternal Realm cultivator who had reprimanded Tian Xin and treated him as a sparring partner was shocked, his face filled with shock. How is this possible? How can a guy in the Eternal Realm have such a strong backer? The man's expression changed, and he was terrified. This person's strength is very strong. Even the servant hall master is so respectful to him. He kept praying in his heart that Fang Chen would not lower himself to his level. On the training square, the other sparring partners and disciples were dumbfounded as they watched all of this. This brat is really lucky. He actually has such a strong disciple. Yeah, looks like he doesn't need to be a sparring partner in the servant hall. From now on, his days will soar. Sigh, I really envy him. Many people were paying attention to the progress of the matter. Tianxin, come with me. Fang Chen glanced at the person who had treated Tianxin as a sparring partner and said softly. In his opinion, eternal realm cultivators were not worth his time. Tianxin nodded and walked to Fang Chen's side. Fellow Daoist, Tianxin is a sparring partner of the servant hall. You can't take him away. The servant hall master stopped him. Our South Tomb Sword Palace has a rule that no one is allowed to leave before reaching the age limit. Rules are dead, but people are alive, Fang Chen said. Is the Handaman Hall going to stop me from leaving with my disciples? Fang Chen's words made the Odd Job Hall master somewhat displeased. Fellow cultivator, although you are very powerful, if you don't follow the rules, don't blame the Sword Palace of the South Tomb for being impolite. The servant hall master used the Sword Palace of the South Tomb to scare Fang Chen. Hearing this, Fang Chen shrugged. Whatever. He did not have time to waste on these weak martial artists. He took Tianxin and prepared to leave. However, the upper echelons of the Odd Job Hall glanced at each other and immediately joined hands to attack. Leave this child behind. The servant hall master bellowed and the upper echelons joined hands to encircle Fang Chen. Master, Tianxin reminded in a low voice. Fang Chen frowned and was somewhat displeased. You don't know what's good for you. Then, the sword-shaped runes around his body circulated and his physical defense was raised to the strongest. Dong. Those attacks landed on his body as if they were scratching an itch. On the other hand, the upper echelons of the Odd Job Hall who attacked him suffered a strong backlash and were sent flying. Whoosh. The entire cultivation square was in an uproar. Countless disciples were dumbfounded. Fang Chen was too powerful, wasn't he? Without even moving, he sent all the upper echelons of the Odd Job Hall flying. He, the servant hall master and the others were shocked. They looked at Fang Chen's back view in disbelief and did not dare to stop him. Love go little say W. Chu however, at this moment, the space above the Odd Job Hall fluctuated greatly and a terrifying pressure instantly spread out. A projection appeared in the clouds, overlooking the area below. What kind of ability is it to bully weak martial artists? Isn't it demeaning for the God Emperor of Destruction to do this? The projection of the God of Death appeared and the terrifying aura caused the disciples of the Odd Job Hall to tremble. God Emperor! The servant hall master and the others were shocked and shouted. The appearance of the God of Death greatly raised the morale of the Odd Job Hall. They looked at Fang Chen fiercely and thought to themselves, let's see how you are going to be arrogant now. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the God of Death. He then said, why? God of Death wants to attack me? If it weren't for the fact that we are in a special period now and the God of Death can't attack, you wouldn't be alive now. The God of Death hated Fang Chen greatly and could not wait to tear him into pieces. In that case, I'll take my leave. Fang Chen spread his hands and did not bother with the God of Death. He took a step forward and disappeared into the void. Do you think that the South Tomb Sword Palace is a place where you can come and go as you please? The God of Death's face was gloomy. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the void. Suddenly, the void collapsed and a terrifying black vortex appeared as if it was going to devour the heavens and earth. At least you are quick to escape. The God of Death snorted and his projection disappeared. Everyone in the Odd Job Hall was shocked. Gosh, how strong is Tianxin's master? The God of Death is the most powerful expert in the divine world. Even he can't stop that person from leaving. I seem to have heard the God of Death call him the God Emperor of Destruction. What? He is the God Emperor of Destruction? No wonder he is so strong. In an instant, everyone in the Odd Job Hall was talking about the God Emperor of Destruction. Skybone Palace. Master, is this the Skybone Palace? Tianxin looked around curiously. He was shocked. Although he was considered an expert in the lower world, he realized how small he was after coming to the divine world. Any random person from the God world would be an eternal realm expert. As for his master, the aura he emitted made even Tianxin's heart palpitate. That's right. This is the Skybone Palace created by our human ancestor, the Bone Progenitor. Fang Chen patiently introduced it to Tianxin. The Skybone Palace is one of the top 7 forces in the divine world. It is located in the extreme north. The bone progenitor is so powerful. He actually created such a powerful force. Tian Xin was shocked. Fang Chen nodded. After giving a simple introduction of the Heavenly Bone Palace, he said, "Your current strength is still not enough to train in the divine world. Cultivate in the Sky Bone Palace and reach the 9th level of the Eternal Realm as soon as possible. Then, break through to the Soul Transformation Realm. Master, don't worry. I will not let you down." Tian Xin's eyes were burning as he nodded. After settling Tian Xin, Fang Chen asked the 4 little ones to protect and teach Tian Xin. Then, he prepared to look for the bone progenitor. However, at this moment, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and was stunned for a moment. Hey! Then, a bright smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. "I didn't expect that Qing who would come to the divine world too." After returning to the lower world, Fang Chen met many of his friends and family. However, he did not see the old faker and Qing Hu. They were in seclusion and Fang Chen did not disturb them. When he went to pick Tian Xin up, Fang Chen secretly left a trace of his mark in the servant hall. Whenever an ascender appeared, the mark would be automatically triggered. At this moment, he felt the mark flickering. Through the mark, he found that Qing who had come to the servant hall. "Let's go pick him up first." When they were in the lower world, Qing Hu and Fang Chen were good brothers. They had joined the Sky Puppet Clan together. Later, because of some things, the two of them separated. As time passed, Qing Hu's talent in puppetry became more and more obvious. His research on the Tao of puppetry had also become more thorough. After him, Qing Hu was the only one who had ascended to the divine world from the lower world with his own efforts. From this, one could see how strong Qing Hu's potential was. Taking the cross-region teleportation array, he quickly arrived at the South Tomb Sword Palace's territory. Rumble. However, before he could go to the servant hall, the Death God Emperor's projection descended. "Fang Chen, you have come to the South Tomb Sword Palace's territory time and time again. Do you really think that I am afraid of you?" The Death God Emperor said coldly. "Hurry up and leave, or I will take action to suppress you." Boom. As soon as the Death God Emperor finished speaking, a terrifying power blasted towards Fang Chen. The latter's figure flashed and dodged the Death God Emperor's attack. "Death God Emperor, if I want to leave, can you stop me? Can you stop him?" Fang Chen sneered. "Try me." The Death God Emperor bellowed as he stretched out his hand and swooped down to suppress Fang Chen. "Junior brother, quickly stop." The Black Emperor's voice sounded in the Death God Emperor's ears. Chapter 1991. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Seeing Fang Chen leave, the Death God Emperor was furious. Love go little say Wangxu. Black Emperor appeared beside him in time and stopped him. "Junior brother, you are too rash. The God Emperor of Destruction's words are not a joke. Before the gathering of the God Emperors, it is better not to attack him. Senior brother, you saw it too. This person is too arrogant. He does not care about the South Tomb Sword Palace at all." The Death God Emperor said coldly, "Moreover, have you forgotten the blood feud between the South Tomb Sword Palace?" Black Emperor shook his head and smiled bitterly. He wanted to kill Fang Chen, but he could not do so. "We cannot bear the anger of the God Emperor of Destruction. However, junior brother, you don't have to worry. The gathering of the God Emperors is coming soon. I heard that after the 10 strongest God Emperors had a discussion, more than half of them voted for Fang Chen and agreed to let him attend the gathering as a God Emperor," Black Emperor said. "What?" Hearing that, the Death God Emperor's face changed and he shouted. However, after a while, he smiled eerily. "During the gathering of the God Emperors, I will tear him into pieces," the Death God Emperor said coldly. Fang Chen used the Spacetime Fantasy Demon Book and escaped from the attack range of the Death God Emperor. Soon, he came to the servant hall again. The servant hall, which had calmed down, was shaken again. Lord God Emperor of Destruction. Previously, the Oddjob Hall Master had even attacked Fang Chen. However, all this time, the Oddjob Hall Master had respectfully addressed Fang Chen as Lord. Experts would be respected no matter where they went. "I am here to pick up someone. Is there a problem?" Fang Chen asked. Of course, There is no problem. Lord God Emperor, you can pick up anyone you want, the servant hall master said with a smile. What a joke. Even the death god emperor did not want to show up. What could he, the servant hall master, do? Qing Hu. Fang Chen's eyes fell on Qing Hu among the sparring partners. After the baptism of time, Qing Hu's face was filled with the vicissitudes of life. However, from his eyes, it could be seen that he was unwilling to be mediocre. Fang Chen? Qing Hu widened his eyes and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. He didn't expect to meet his good brother Fang Chen as soon as he arrived in the God realm. Even the odd-job hall master was respectful to him. Ha ha ha, kid, you're doing pretty well in the deity world. Under everyone's gaze, Qing Hu walked to Fang Chen's side and punched Fang Chen on the shoulder. Let's go. Let's leave this place first, said Fang Chen. Then he grabbed Qing Hu and disappeared into the sky. Seeing this, the odd-job hall master wiped the sweat from his forehead and heaved a sigh of relief. On the way back to the Celestial Bone Palace, Qing Hu and Fang Chen chatted a lot. I went back to the lower realm previously and was in seclusion, so I didn't disturb you. Who would have thought that you would ascend to the God realm in the blink of an eye, said Fang Chen with a smile. Qing Hu's cultivation had reached the eternal realm. However, his attainments in the puppet Dao were obviously stronger. This is the God realm. Experts are as common as clouds. Qing Hu sighed. How's your puppet Dao? Asked Fang Chen. It's okay. I feel that I've reached my limit and can't improve anymore. Qing Hu was a little annoyed. It's okay. When we return to the Celestial Bone Palace, I'll recommend you to a puppet master. You can cultivate with him. When they were about to return to the Celestial Bone Palace, Fang Chen suddenly stopped and his expression changed. Brother Fang, what's wrong? Qing Hu felt that something was wrong and hurriedly asked. Brother Qing Hu, the Celestial Bone Palace's virtual city is in front. Take this token and say that you're Fang Chen's good brother. The virtual city's master will personally send you back to the Celestial Bone Palace. I have some things to do. I'll look for you when I'm done. Fang Chen said. Qing Hu nodded and left with the token. At this time, Fang Chen transmitted his voice to the bone progenitor. Master. Fang Chen's voice was very urgent. The bone progenitor was a little confused about what had happened. Fang Chen, what's wrong? Are you in danger? Master, I might have found the address of the Holy Light Religion's Celestial Phenomenon Stronghold. Fang Chen said. What? Celestial Phenomenon Stronghold? Upon hearing this, the bone progenitor immediately wanted to come over, but was stopped by Fang Chen. Fang Chen told the bone progenitor everything that happened in the lower realm. The latter was in a good mood after hearing this. Ha ha ha, you did a good job. I won't go over for the time being, but I'll keep an eye on you with my divine sense. Keep in touch with the Celestial Phenomenon Emperor and don't alert him. The bone progenitor said. Okay. After communicating with the bone progenitor, Fang Chen opened the message again. It was a message from a stranger. Celestial Emperor of Destruction, I've investigated your background very clearly. You ascended from the lower realm of the universe. Your family and friends are all in the lower realm. Who are you? Fang Chen pretended to ask. It doesn't matter who I am. You just need to know that the lives of your family and friends are in my hands. Don't try to contact the bone progenitor, or I'll make you regret it. Fang Chen pretended to be flustered and hurriedly said, No, you can't do anything rash. I can promise you anything you want. Upon hearing this, a voice came from the jade communication pendant again. I'm on a mountain peak thousands of miles away from Illusionary City. Come here to find me. Remember, if you expose my whereabouts, you'll have to wait to collect their corpses. Fang Chen looked up, glanced into the distance, and then turned into a shadow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After a few breaths, Fang Chen arrived at the designated mountain peak. I'm already here. Where are you? Fang Chen asked. Suddenly, a voice came from the void. As expected of the Celestial Emperor of Destruction. You've got guts. Who the hell are you? Fang Chen frowned and asked in a low voice. You can call me Celestial Phenomenon Emperor. The voice came again from the void. Tell me, what do you want? Fang Chen spoke while observing the surroundings. He couldn't find any trace of Celestial Phenomenon Emperor, which made him very surprised. Did the latter have some kind of treasure to hide his aura? Celestial Emperor of Destruction, I won't beat around the bush with you. To tell you the truth, I'm an elder of the Holy Light Sect. I'm here to win you over to join the Holy Light Sect. Celestial Phenomenon Emperor said. Impossible. Fang Chen said. If he agreed directly, wouldn't it arouse Celestial Phenomenon Emperor's suspicion? Don't be in a hurry to refuse. The day when our Holy Light Sect unifies the heavenly realm is coming. As long as the sect leader comes out, the heavenly realm will be leveled. Then why did you come to me? Fang Chen said coldly. Celestial Emperor of Destruction, we've been secretly watching you. Your potential is beyond our expectations. It's not an exaggeration to say that you're the most monstrous genius in this universe era. If such a genius can join our Holy Light Sect, the sect's strength will definitely soar. Celestial Phenomenon Emperor said, think about it, what can you get in the heavenly realm? You can't get anything. If you join the Holy Light Sect, after the Holy Light Sect unifies the heavenly realm, the sect leader will bestow you a piece of land. He will provide you with countless cultivation resources and can even guide you to become a cosmos god. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed. All of this was captured by Celestial Phenomenon Emperor, who was hiding in the dark. He coldly looked at Fang Chen and continued to tempt him. Joining the Holy Light Sect means betraying the heavenly realm. I can't do such a thing. Fang Chen said, release my family and friends, and I can agree to your other conditions. Other conditions? What a joke. If I ask you to kill the bone progenitor, can you do it? Celestial Phenomenon Emperor sneered, I only have one condition, and that is for you to join the Holy Light Sect. Otherwise, there's no need to talk about it. Hearing the words of Celestial Phenomenon Emperor, Fang Chen became anxious. No, he showed a painful struggle. After a long time, he raised his head and said in a deep voice, aren't you afraid that I will pretend to join, save my family, and betray you? We will naturally take precautions against this. After you join the Holy Light Sect, we will plant a holy seed in your body. Your body will forever be marked by the Holy Light Sect, and you will never betray us. Celestial Phenomenon Emperor said. The Holy Light Sect can satisfy your every need and give you the greatest power. After the sect leader flattens the heavenly realm, you will be the new master of the heavenly realm. On the surface, Fang Chen pretended to struggle, but in reality, he was secretly looking for traces of Celestial Phenomenon Emperor. Teacher, can you find traces of Celestial Phenomenon Emperor? Celestial Phenomenon Emperor has a treasure that can conceal his aura. I can only vaguely sense his approximate location. Bone Progenitor said. Then what should we do? Can we capture him? Fang Chen asked. Chapter 1992. Genius remembers love in 1 second small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fang Chen stared at the void but could not find Tian Myriad Divine Emperor. Even his master's Bone Progenitor could not pinpoint the latter's whereabouts. From this point, it could be seen that Tian Myriad Divine Emperor was very cunning. You can choose not to agree, but your loved ones will fall in the long river of time. Tian Myriad Divine Emperor's voice came again. Fang Chen frowned and looked around, showing a painful expression. You don't have to look for them. Even the God Emperor can't find me. Tian Myriad Divine Emperor said. Fang Chen said, if you want to make a deal with me, you have to show your sincerity. Don't try to threaten me with my loved ones. Hearing this, Tian Myriad Divine Emperor thought for a moment. Then, ripples appeared in the space and he appeared. Tian Myriad Divine Emperor. Fang Chen's eyes were deep as he stared at the latter. The latter was wearing a cloth robe and had a faint smile on his face. What do you think? Tian Myriad Divine Emperor asked with a smile. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and then said, I can agree to your request, but you have to let my loved ones go. And what? The potential of the godly Emperor of Destruction was obvious to all in the God realm. If he could win him over to Tian Myriad Divine Emperor's stronghold, it would definitely be a great achievement. At that time, the sect leader might even give him a treasure. I can join the Holy Light religion, but only for 100 years. After 100 years, I will withdraw from the holy light religion. During this period, I will not make a move against the cultivators of the God realm. Fang Chen said coldly, if you agree, then deal. If you don't, then forget it. Fang Chen showed a resolute attitude, but when he heard him agree, Tian Myriad Divine Emperor's hanging heart was relieved. No problem. Although Tian Myriad Divine Emperor agreed, he sneered in his heart. Once you join the holy light religion, everything will be under our control. Then let my loved ones go. Fang Chen said. I have to plant the holy seed in your body first before I can let them go. Tian Myriad Divine Emperor said. Before he had complete control over Fang Chen, there were countless possibilities. He didn't dare to take the risk. Then let's begin. I can't plant the holy seed in you alone. I need the help of other elders. Tian Myriad Godly Emperor said, come back with me. In the end, under Fang Chen's disguise, Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor sealed Fang Chen's true divinity force, cutting off his connection to the outside world. Of course, this restriction only applied to Celestial Phenomenon Deity Sovereign. Fang Chen followed Tian Myriad Godly Emperor to the stronghold. So what if he's a monstrous genius? In the end, didn't you still join the holy light religion? Tian Moon's deity emperor glanced at Fang Chen and sneered. After imprisoning the latter's true god power, he had already used the unique means of holy light religion to confuse him. Right now, he had no defense at all. He was a soft persimmon that could be kneaded by anyone. Master, Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor is taking me to the stronghold. Don't worry. Fang Chen secretly transmitted to his master, the bone progenitor. The latter said, you must pay attention to your safety. Don't worry. Once I determine the stronghold, I will immediately inform Master. Fang Chen said. In fact, Fang Chen dared to let go of his body and mind to be imprisoned by Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor because he was not afraid at all. Although Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor's means were strange, Fang Chen had the golden heart in his body, which cleverly absorbed the former's power. However, he still pretended to be controlled by Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor in order to find the stronghold. After passing through countless voids, Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor used the unique means of holy light religion to take Fang Chen to a very hidden place. Where is this? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. He had never heard of such a place. Elder Demon Shine, come out. Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor said loudly to the mountain stream. Suddenly, an elder in a black robe walked out. How was it? Did you succeed? Elder Demon Shine asked with a smile. Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor nodded and pointed at Fang Chen. Elder Demon Shine, please implant the holy seed in him. Ha ha ha, a monstrous genius. I think it's more appropriate to call him a fool. Elder Demon Shine said, after implanting the holy seed, we will completely destroy the lower realm universe. It will also serve as a warning to the God Emperor powerhouses in the divine realm. My holy light religion is not so easy to bully. This kid is a person who values friendship. That's why we chose to start with his family. Sure enough, we succeeded. Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor said. Elder Demon Shine nodded and asked, no one followed us, right? Don't worry. It's not like you don't know my means. Even his master, the bone progenitor, can't find me. Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor said. From the two remnants of holy light religion, he learned that this was not Celestial Phenomenon's stronghold. Isn't Celestial Phenomenon Deity Emperor too cautious? Must he implant the holy seed in me before bringing me to the stronghold? Fang Chen thought to himself. What exactly is the holy seed? Just as Fang Chen was thinking, Elder Demon Shine suddenly made his move. Traces of black light emerged from his body. These black lights condensed into a black seed in the sky. Holy light appear. Fang Chen was still thinking about how he could block the holy seed without alerting anyone. However, when he felt the holy seed's aura, he changed his mind. The golden heart was beating extremely fast. It seemed to be obsessed with the holy seed's aura. Can you eat it? Fang Chen asked. The golden heart was actually responding to Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. He let the holy seed drill into his body. Elder Demon Shine waved his palms, his lips chanting complex incantations. Half an hour later, the holy seed drilled into Fang Chen's body. The black aura enveloped Fang Chen and completely changed Fang Chen's body. Whoosh! After doing all this, a black light flashed between Fang Chen's eyebrows. Ha ha ha, it's a success. Elder Demon Shine retracted his hand and laughed. The godly Emperor of Destruction has unparalleled potential. If nurtured properly, it won't take long for him to step into the godly Emperor realm. Tien Myriad Divine Emperor said, let's bring him back to the celestial phenomenon stronghold and give him a lot of resources to cultivate. Okay. The two elders left with Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen was observing the changes in the holy seed. The moment the holy seed entered his body, he felt his primordial spirit tremble. However, after a breath, the aura that emerged from the golden heart completely enveloped the holy seed. Whoosh! The golden heart swallowed the holy seed. The holy seed was almost defenseless and disappeared into Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen, on the other hand, was unharmed. As for the black aura on his body, it was just Fang Chen's disguise. Fang Chen followed Tien Myriad Divine Emperor to the celestial phenomenon stronghold with a dull look. At the same time, in the Skybone Palace, the Bone Progenitor summoned the 9 strongest godly emperors. Whoosh! One by one, the projections of the strongest godly emperors descended on the territory of the Skybone Palace. Bone Progenitor, why did you summon us? The Bone Progenitor glanced at the projections. Only godly Emperor Swordless was in seclusion. My disciple found the location of the celestial phenomenon stronghold. The Bone Progenitor went straight to the point. What? The location of the celestial phenomenon stronghold? Is that true? Where is the celestial phenomenon stronghold? The strongest godly emperors asked one after another. This was related to attacking the Holy Light religion. The 9 strongest godly emperors stood together. We don't know for now, the Bone Progenitor said. Tien Myriad Divine Emperor, the beings of the lower realms threatened my disciple. Fang Chen beat them at their own game and followed Tien Myriad Divine Emperor to the stronghold. Once he confirms the location, we will act immediately. Tien Myriad Divine Emperor is cunning. How could Fang Chen's disguise fool him? Yes, Tien Myriad Divine Emperor will definitely plant a holy seed in Fang Chen. If that happens, it will be troublesome. Seeing that the godly emperors were anxious, the Bone Progenitor waved his hand and said, everyone, don't worry. Tien Myriad Divine Emperor planted a holy seed in him, but he has a secret technique that can resist the holy seed. I've been in contact with him. That's good. The godly emperors were surprised as to how Fang Chen resisted the holy seed's restraint. But at this critical moment, they were most concerned about the location of the celestial phenomenon stronghold. Bone Progenitor, this disciple of yours is really amazing. Godly Emperor Taishu said with a smile. Yes, if he can destroy the celestial phenomenon stronghold in one fell swoop, he will have made a great contribution. Godly Emperor Destruction said. This little guy is growing too fast. I'm really looking forward to the gathering of the godly emperors soon. Godly Emperor Samsara said. Everyone. The 9 godly emperors chatted with each other. Suddenly, the Bone Progenitor's face turned serious. Chapter 1993. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with interesting novels to read. The Bone Progenitor's voice made the other 8 ultimate god emperors tremble. Love go little say Neck, how is it? Have you confirmed the location of the celestial phenomenon stronghold? The God Emperor of Destruction asked first. Among the 10 ultimate god emperors, his attack power was the strongest. He was vaguely the leader of the ultimate god emperors. Therefore, he had more responsibilities on his shoulders. It has been confirmed. The Bone Progenitor stood up and said seriously. Where is it? Many of the ultimate god emperors were curious. Where was the celestial phenomenon stronghold? The celestial phenomenon stronghold has always been right under our noses. Unfortunately, we didn't notice it. The Bone Progenitor said, in the Soul Destruction Ruins in the East Sea. What? In the Soul Destruction Ruins? The Great Void God Emperor was surprised. They had entered the Soul Destruction ruins many times. However, they didn't find any trace of the Holy Light religion. Bone Progenitor, could there be a mistake? Are you sure it's in the unconscious ruins? The Sky Array God Emperor asked in a low voice. The Bone Progenitor nodded. Although Fang Chen isn't sure where he is now. However, from the aura he left behind, I am 100% sure that he is in the Soul Destruction ruins. Then what are we waiting for? Let's move quickly. The God Emperor of Destruction waved his hand and prepared to leave. Alright, this time we will go personally and try to destroy the entire celestial phenomenon stronghold in one fell swoop. If we can find traces of the Holy Light religion's lair, that would be great. After the reincarnation God Emperor finished speaking, his projection dissipated. The 9 ultimate God Emperors' original bodies headed toward the East Sea at the same time. In the East Sea, there was a very famous place. It was the Soul Destruction ruins, ranked 4th among the 5 most dangerous places. It was said that the Soul Destruction ruins was filled with extremely rich soul aura. It was a paradise for soul cultivators. However, ordinary God Kings didn't dare to enter. Only those daring God Emperors would enter to seek opportunities. In the eyes of the ultimate God Emperors, the Soul Destruction ruins were nothing. It wasn't as attractive as the Sword Tomb or the Yuan Wilderness. Therefore, the 10 strongest God Emperors rarely entered the Soul Destruction ruins. The Bone Progenitor would never have thought that the crafty celestial phenomenon stronghold would actually be in the Soul Destruction ruins. In the Eastern Sea, the 9 strongest God Emperors had gathered. 9 figures floated in the air, their bodies shrouded in a terrifying aura. Let's not alert them for now. I'll ask about Fang Chen's situation first. The Bone Progenitor waved his hand. The terrifying aura around the 9 great God Emperors enveloped all of them. Not a single trace of aura leaked out. It was impossible for outsiders to detect that there were 9 experts hiding here. In a certain area of the boundless East Sea, there was a huge island. Looking down from the sky, this island was shaped like a crescent moon. The 2 sword tips were concave in the middle. It was like a small boat crossing the East Sea. There was a very strong Soul Dao aura around the island. Those below the God Emperor realm, unless they were soul cultivators, would not be able to enter. The age of the Soul Destruction ruins was similar to that of the Great Void Boundary. In the Soul Destruction ruins, around Celestial Phenomenon Stronghold, there were absolute God-level arrays. The arrays overlapped and hid the stronghold very well. Celestial Phenomenon Emperor was the person in charge of this stronghold. He and Elder Mo Guang brought Fang Chen back to Celestial Phenomenon. Lord Celestial Phenomenon, you're back? An ordinary God Emperor asked with a smile. Help me settle him down, Celestial Phenomenon Emperor said. Soon, Fang Chen was settled in a quiet courtyard. Fang Chen, we're already outside the Soul Destruction ruins. How's the situation on your side? Can you attack? The Bone Progenitor asked through voice transmission. Master, I'm very safe now. You can attack, but you must capture Celestial Phenomenon Emperor first. He has a supreme treasure on him. Once he hides it, it will be troublesome. Love go little say W. Chew in the sky above the Soul Destruction ruins, the Bone Progenitor, who had received Fang Chen's message, revealed a sinister killing intent. Immediately, the Bone Progenitor waved his hand and said, Everyone, my disciple is very safe now. He has sent me the detailed address of Celestial Phenomenon Stronghold. Now we can attack. But what? The Destruction God Emperor asked. Celestial Phenomenon Emperor has a supreme treasure of the Holy Light Temple on him. Once he hides it, even I can't completely track him. So, I hope that when we attack, we can capture or kill Celestial Phenomenon Emperor first, the Bone Progenitor said. Okay, no problem. Leave it to me, the Space God Emperor said with a smile. The Time God Emperor nodded. Let's go. Because the Bone Progenitor could communicate with Fang Chen at any time, the Bone Progenitor was the leader of this operation. Following the Bone Progenitor's order, the 9 God Emperors entered the Soul Destruction ruins one after another. At this moment, the God Emperors who were training in the Soul Destruction ruins had no idea that a great battle was about to break out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Soon, the 9 god emperors arrived outside the stronghold of celestial phenomenon. They've hidden themselves well. The destruction god emperor's dark eyes looked into the distance. Celestial array god emperor, I'll leave it to you, the samsara god emperor said. The celestial array god emperor nodded and took a step forward. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying array aura spread out and merged into the void in front of him. I've taken control of the array. After a while, the celestial array god emperor turned his head and said. Then, the 9 god emperors entered the array. There was another world in the array. As soon as they entered, they felt a terrifying evil aura. Holy Light Temple. The destruction god emperor's consciousness immediately covered the entire stronghold. Then, he sealed the space. Do it. The space god emperor and the time god emperor had completely locked onto celestial phenomenon emperor. In a secluded cave. Celestial phenomenon emperor, we've taken control of the destruction god emperor. We can kill those weak warriors in the lower world now, Elder Mo Guang said. Collect their primordial spirits and give them to the sect leader. Don't worry, Elder Mo Guang. I've thought of this long ago. With that, Celestial Phenomenon Emperor began to contact the 3 god kings in the spatial turbulence. However, there was no response from all 3 of them. What's going on? Celestial Phenomenon Emperor's face was gloomy as he continued to contact them. Elder Mo Guang also realized that something was wrong and hurriedly asked what had happened. I can't contact the 3 god kings, Celestial Phenomenon Emperor said. Not good. Elder Mo Guang was shocked and immediately spread out his consciousness to check on Fang Chen's whereabouts. It was also at this moment that a terrifying aura suddenly descended. God Emperor! Elder Mo Guang screamed and ran for his life. Bang! The Time God Emperor suddenly appeared and killed Elder Mo Guang with one blow. Celestial Phenomenon Emperor, you can't escape. Celestial Phenomenon Emperor had just activated his supreme treasure to hide his body. All of a sudden, the Space God Emperor appeared beside him and grabbed hold of him. Crash! Celestial Phenomenon Emperor's body was directly imprisoned in the void. The supreme treasure in his arms cracked and shattered into countless pieces. You guys, how is this possible? Celestial Phenomenon Emperor was in disbelief. How did they find the stronghold? Could it be because of the Destruction God Emperor? Celestial Phenomenon Emperor has been captured by me. We can launch the attack now, the Space God Emperor said. Rumble. Next, a deafening sound resounded through the sky. An aura that caused people to tremble continuously spread out. The entire stronghold of celestial phenomenon was instantly turned into ruins. Countless miserable screams came from the ruins. In a breath's time, the numerous god emperors joined forces and completely destroyed the stronghold of celestial phenomenon. Other than celestial phenomenon emperor, everyone else had died. The 9 great god emperors gathered together, and at this time, Fang Chen also arrived. Master. Fang Chen, you have made a great contribution again. The bone progenitor laughed. Not bad, not bad. Godly Emperor Destruction smiled faintly. He was full of praise for Fang Chen. Master, where is Celestial Phenomenon Emperor? Fang Chen asked. He has been captured by us. After we capture him, we will interrogate him and see if we can find any useful clues. The bone progenitor said. At this moment, the captured Celestial Phenomenon Emperor looked ferocious. Especially when he saw that Fang Chen was extremely conscious, he was even more furious. You, impossible. You definitely can't resist the attack of the Holy Seed. Holy Seed. Fang Chen muttered to himself, the so-called Holy Seed is just trash. Take him away. The bone progenitor waved his hand and said. The gazes of the 9 emperor gods landed on Fang Chen. Fang Chen scratched his head and asked awkwardly, are you guys looking at me like that? He was not used to being stared at by the 9 god emperors. Chapter 1994. Genius remembers love in 1 second small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Other than God Emperor Swordless, all the top experts in the god realm were present. Their gazes were looking at Fang Chen with faint smiles on their faces. Although the latter was only a god emperor, they had long regarded him as a god emperor. 2 strongholds were destroyed in a row. It's all thanks to you. God Emperor Taishu smiled and said, "The 9 of us have discussed and decided to give you some rewards. The existence of holy light religion is destroying our universe. Therefore, we must destroy holy light religion at all costs and protect the universe." God Emperor Destruction also spoke. After Celestial Phenomenon Stronghold was destroyed, 4 of the 5 strongholds have been destroyed. Only 1 stronghold remains. The threat of holy light religion will be greatly reduced. This is a good thing for the God realm. Fang Chen listened quietly. The other God Emperors were also speaking one after another. With your current strength, ordinary rewards are useless to you. Think about it carefully. What reward do you want? God Emperor Samsara said. Fang Chen was stunned. What reward do I want? He couldn't think of anything at the moment. Fang Chen, let me give you a hint. Bone Progenitor saw this and smiled. After all, he was his disciple. Of course, he had to give him some advice. Your cultivation is at the God Emperor realm. There's still a small gap between you and the God Emperor realm. For you, divine arts can at most increase your attack power. It won't let you enter the God Emperor realm. Bone Progenitor said slowly, therefore, I suggest that you ask for some enlightenment treasures. Or some enlightenment treasures left behind by some powerful people. Fang Chen nodded. He already had a rough idea. What kind of enlightenment treasures are there? Fang Chen asked. God Emperor Destruction said, there are many enlightenment treasures in the Universe Pavilion. Let me take a look. Hearing this, Fang Chen was a little surprised. What exactly was the Universe Pavilion? Master, Fang Chen was about to ask when the Bone Progenitor explained to him telepathically. After a long time, Fang Chen finally understood. The so-called Universe Pavilion didn't exist. Among the 10 strongest Emperor Gods, there was an unwritten agreement that the other Emperor Gods were not allowed to interfere in their internal conflicts. However, once they encountered an external enemy, they had to work together. For this reason, the 10 most powerful God Emperors joined forces and created the Universe Pavilion. Within the Universe Pavilion were countless top-notch true treasures from the entire universe. Of course, these treasures were nothing to the 10 strongest Emperor Gods. But for Divine Emperor Realm warriors, it was something they could only dream of. Over the countless years, the Universe Pavilion had accumulated a certain amount of divine techniques and ultimate treasures. Furthermore, the 10 great celestial emperors would occasionally put some treasures they didn't need into the Universe Pavilion. In exchange for the public resources of the God realm. The Universe Pavilion. Fang Chen's eyes flickered with greed. The Universe Pavilion, which had been created by the 10 supreme godly emperors, must have countless supreme treasures. I hope I can find one that is useful to me, Fang Chen thought to himself. At that moment, the godly Emperor of Destruction spoke. The treasures in the Universe Pavilion are divided into different grades. Every time you kill a Holy Light Sect member, you will accumulate a certain amount of points. Ordinary godly emperors can exchange for treasures with their points. However, you helped us destroy 2 strongholds in succession. After some discussion, we have decided to let you choose any treasure in the Universe Pavilion. There is no limit to your points. I just checked. There are a total of 4 treasures in the Universe Pavilion that are suitable for you, the godly Emperor of Destruction continued. What are they? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. The godly Emperor of Destruction waved his hand and 4 shadows appeared in the void. Every shadow was in the shape of a supreme treasure, and it emitted a terrifying pressure. Then, the godly Emperor of Destruction introduced the treasures to Fang Chen. The first one on the left is a gourd-shaped treasure called the Annihilation Gourd. Strictly speaking, it can only be considered a high-grade true god artifact. However, because of its uniqueness, it is very precious. The Annihilation Gourd contains an unlimited amount of Annihilation Cold Water. When attacking an enemy, as long as the stopper is removed, the Annihilation Cold Water will be released. The godly Emperor of Destruction said, of course, other than attacking, the Annihilation Gourd also contains the godly Emperor of Annihilation's insights. This insight talks about how to cross over from the godly Emperor realm to the godly Emperor realm. It should be more suitable for you. The godly Emperor of Annihilation was a powerful godly emperor from the previous universe era. He used the Annihilation Cold Water as his attack throughout his life. The Annihilation Gourd was also the treasure that made him famous. Then, he carved his insights into the Annihilation Gourd. In this universe era, the 10 most powerful godly emperors obtained it and placed it in the universe pavilion. Fang Chen nodded but didn't rush to make a decision. His gaze fell on the other 3 treasures. The second treasure is called the Refining Heaven Dagger. This dagger is very special. It contains all of the insights of the Refining Heaven Dagger. The person who spoke was the godly emperor of Samsara. Furthermore, the Refining Heaven Dagger was the only Refining Heaven Dagger to enter the godly emperor realm in this universe era. It's a pity. At the end, the godly emperor of Samsara sighed. There was a hint of sadness in his voice. Did the Refining Heaven Dagger fall? Fang Chen asked. 300 million years ago, the Refining Heaven Dagger fell in a battle with the Holy Light religion. His weapon, the Refining Heaven Dagger, was placed in the universe pavilion by the experts of the godly realm. The bone progenitor said in a low voice. Fang Chen's heart trembled. In the battle with the Holy Light religion, even god emperors had fallen. This was too intense. The Holy Light religion is very dangerous. It's much more dangerous than you think. This is also why we want to uproot the Holy Light religion. The bone progenitor said. The third treasure was a small pagoda. It was similar to the Titan pagoda. Fang Chen gave up after listening to the introduction. This small pagoda wasn't as good as his Titan pagoda. There was no point in choosing it. His gaze fell on the last supreme treasure. This treasure had a strange shape. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was a piece of wood. Fang Chen, don't underestimate this piece of wood. The most precious treasure in the entire universe pavilion is this piece of wood. The bone progenitor said. Teacher, what's the origin of this piece of wood? Fang Chen asked. This piece of wood was transformed from the body of a cosmos god. Do you think it's precious? The bone progenitor said, we, the 10 strongest godly emperors, have tried to sense this piece of wood. We could clearly feel a strand of cosmos god's suppression. But no matter how we tried, we couldn't comprehend anything from it. In the end, this piece of wood was placed in the universe pavilion. The bone progenitor continued, we called it the divine light wood. This kind of wood can reach the godly emperor realm when it matures. But it's already extinct in the godly realm. A piece of wood transformed from the body of a cosmos god. Fang Chen widened his eyes. He felt extremely shocked. At the same time, the golden heart that had been quiet all this while started beating rapidly. It seemed to be very interested in the divine light wood. Divine light wood. Fang Chen clenched his fists. He was very excited. How is it? Have you made your decision? The godly emperor of destruction asked with a smile. These 4 comprehension-type treasures could be considered the most precious treasures in the universe pavilion. I choose the divine light wood, Fang Chen said after taking a deep breath. Fang Chen, you have to consider carefully. This is an opportunity. Don't miss it. The bone progenitor reminded him, the divine light wood is extremely profound. Even the 10 godly emperors can't comprehend it. It's even more impossible for you. Teacher, I intend to give it a try, Fang Chen said. Seeing Fang Chen's firm attitude, the bone progenitor nodded and didn't say anything else. He had said what he needed to say. The rest was up to his disciple to decide. All right, someone will send the divine light wood to the heavenly bone palace very soon. The godly emperor of destruction said, the divine light wood is an apex treasure. If you can't comprehend it, I hope you can send it back to the universe pavilion. I will. Fang Chen nodded. He scratched his head and asked embarrassedly, Senior Godly Emperor of Destruction, I have one more thing to ask. Speak. Previously, you said that by killing the remaining members of the Holy Light religion and earning points, I can exchange them for the treasures in the universe pavilion. Is that true? Fang Chen asked. The Godly Emperor of Destruction nodded. Fang Chen chuckled. I want to exchange for the Heaven Refining Dagger. How many points do I need? Hearing this, the other godly emperors were stunned. Wasn't this guy's appetite too big? After obtaining the divine lightwood, he still wanted to exchange for the heaven-refining dagger. Chapter 1995. Genius 1 second. Remember love go little. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. The heaven-refining dagger was extremely important to Fang Chen at this stage. It would be best if he could get it. Unless you can destroy a foothold, the possibility of getting the heaven-refining dagger with your own efforts is too small. God Emperor Destruction said, however, if you really want to get the heaven-refining dagger, I have a way. What way? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. Break through the rule stairway, God Emperor Destruction said. Hearing that, the other God Emperors' faces changed. What is the rule stairway? Fang Chen asked. At the peak of the God world, there is a terrifying rule stairway. Above it, it was filled with the purest power of the natural order. The rule stairway has a total of 6 levels and each level represents a different rule. Only by cultivating one rule to the extreme can you cross it. Only by cultivating all 6 rules to the extreme can you step onto the highest level of the rule stairway. God Emperor Destruction said, if you can cross the 6th level of the rule stairway, you can get the heaven refining dagger without paying any price. Fang Chen, don't be rash. The rule stairway is very dangerous. If you are not determined enough, you will lose yourself in the process. The bone progenitor reminded him, many outstanding God Emperors in the God world died on the rule stairway. Moreover, at the peak of the rule stairway is the largest and most terrifying barren land in the universe. Fang Chen was shocked. The peak of the rule stairway was the barren land. Fang Chen was tongue-tied. This was the first time he heard such shocking news. Doesn't this mean that the rule stairway is the only way to enter the barren land? Fang Chen asked. The bone progenitor nodded and said, that's right. This is also why no one has been able to enter the barren land for so many years. Alright, take your time to think about it. If you want to try the rule stairway, you can go anytime. Love go little say W. After that, God Emperor Destruction and the others left. Let's return to the Skybone Palace first. The bone progenitor brought Fang Chen back to the Palace of Bones. Fang Chen, think about it for a while. Don't rush to make a decision. The rule stairway to heaven is much scarier than you think, the bone progenitor warned. Thank you, Master. Fang Chen bade farewell to the bone progenitor and hurried back to his courtyard. In the courtyard, Qing Hu sat on a stone bench, drinking wine by himself. Beside him, there were maids serving him. Brother Fang is really amazing. How long has it been since he ascended to the God realm? He has already reached such a realm, and his position in the Skybone Palace is also extraordinary. Qing Hu sighed to himself, I heard an elder say that Brother Fang is the direct disciple of the bone progenitor, and he is also the #1 inner palace elder of the heavenly bone palace. Invincible among the divine emperors. Thinking of this, Qing Hu felt that he was dreaming. After coming to the heavenly bone palace, he gradually understood the classification of the God realm. After the immemorial realm, there were 3 levels: God realm, heaven God realm, and real God realm. Each level had 3 small realms. He was now a long way from the transformed God realm, but Fang Chen had already become a well-known legendary divine emperor in the God realm. Just as Qing Hu was sighing, Fang Chen returned. Brother Qing Hu, how was my place? Fang Chen asked with a smile. Qing Hu hurriedly put down the wine cup in his hand and gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. Brother Fang, amazing. The only person that I, Qing Hu, admire in my entire life is you. Qing Hu laughed loudly. Fang Chen chuckled and said, Brother Qing Hu, you have been in the lower realm and didn't have any good cultivation resources. Now that you have come to the God realm, with your heaven-defying talent in puppetry, you will soon be able to amaze the world. Come. Sit down and drink. Qing Hu pulled Fang Chen to sit on the stone bench and drank freely. The maid at the side stared at Qing Hu curiously. Who was this guy who wasn't even a God realm expert? How could he be brothers with the divine emperor of destruction? Brother Qing Hu, back in the days when we were cultivating together in the Demon Cloud continent, we were so young. Fang Chen took a big gulp of wine and said, Yes, at that time, we were almost killed by that old man, the Demon Cloud Patriarch. It was also at that time that we entered the old site of the Sky Puppet Clan in the Blue Sky continent and obtained an opportunity. Ching Hu sighed. It could be said that the appearance of the Sky Puppet Clan was the most important turning point in his cultivation. In the following years, he was madly infatuated with the path of puppetry. It has been a long time since I drank like this. Come, let's drink. There is a puppet master in the Skybone Palace. I will bring you to him tomorrow. Fang Chen smiled and said. After a silent night, the two drank to their heart's content. Fang Chen didn't use his true god power, but he was drunk by Ching Hu. The next day, when the sun shone on the ground, Fang Chen woke up and shook his head. It was a little swollen and painful. Brother Fang, you are awake? Ching Hu looked at Fang Chen with a smile. You can't hold your liquor. I can drink 10 of yours. Hearing this, Fang Chen curled his lips and said, let's go. I will bring you to the puppet master. Ching Hu was excited. It would be great if he could become the disciple of the puppet master. The Skybone Palace had many halls. One of the halls was the puppet hall. The hall master of the puppet hall was an outer palace elder called the puppet deity king. Although he was a deity king, his attainments in the path of puppetry were at the top of the deity world. In fact, the path of puppetry wasn't very popular in the deity world. Many people wouldn't cultivate the path of puppetry. At the puppet hall. Puppet deity king, Fang Chen wishes to see you. Standing at the entrance of the puppet hall, Fang Chen transmitted his voice. Suddenly, a hearty laugh was heard. Ha ha ha, godly emperor destruction, you can just come in. Why do you have to do this? The puppet deity king was a fat man. He appeared in front of Fang Chen in an instant and was very polite to him. Puppet deity king, I am here today to ask you for a favor. Fang Chen cupped his fist and said. Godly emperor destruction, you don't have to be so polite. Just say what you want. The puppet deity king said with a smile. Fang Chen pointed at Ching Hu beside him and said, this is Ching Hu, my good brother. He just ascended from the lower world. He is good at puppetry, so I brought him here to see you. I hope you can give him some pointers and let him cultivate in the puppet hall. Junior Ching Hu greets the puppet deity king. Ching Hu cupped his fist and said. Hearing this, the puppet deity king's expression changed. Godly emperor destruction, you know my rules. I won't accept anyone who doesn't have the talent for puppetry. The puppet deity king said apologetically. The puppet deity king was a straightforward person. He was never afraid of anyone. If one wanted to join the puppet hall, they had to show enough talent. Otherwise, it wouldn't work even if they had a strong background. Because of this, the puppet deity king offended many people. However, the bone progenitor admired him. Fang Chen naturally knew the puppet deity king's character. He waved his hand and said, Puppet deity king, I won't make things difficult for you. How about this? You can test my brother's talent in puppetry. If he passes, he can stay. If not, he can leave. No problem. Even if you don't bring him here, we can still test his talent. The puppet deity king said. Your cultivation is too weak, so the test won't be too difficult. The puppet deity king looked at Ching Hu and said, how about this? If you can find the fatal weakness of this puppet within the time it takes to burn an incense stick, you'll pass the test. What do you think? As he spoke, the puppet deity king waved his hand. A puppet flew out of his sleeve and landed on the ground. Don't worry. This puppet will just stand there. It won't attack you. The puppet deity king said. What do you think? Fang Chen looked at Ching Hu and asked. The latter nodded and the three of them landed on the ground. Ching Hu walked towards the puppet step by step and began to devote himself to the test. The godly king of puppets watched the latter's performance with interest. The time it takes to burn an incense stick was too short for a deity king. After a while, the incense stick finished burning. Ching Hu was still frowning, looking for flaws. The puppet deity king shook his head slightly. Godly emperor destruction, it seems like I can't help you. The puppet deity king said apologetically. The time it takes to burn an incense stick is up, but your brother still hasn't been found. Fang Chen ignored the puppet deity king and looked at Ching Hu. Brother Ching Hu, time's up. How is it? Ching Hu was stunned when he heard Fang Chen's words. He stood up and said, time's up. I've only found 9 flaws. Chapter 1996. A genius remembers love in 1 second. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Ching Hu's mastery of puppetry had reached an almost obsessive level. Once he was addicted, it was difficult to extricate himself. He was so busy looking for flaws that he forgot the time. If Fang Chen hadn't called him, he would have continued looking. I only found 9. Ching Hu seemed reluctant to leave and wanted to continue looking for flaws, but the time was up. He didn't want the godly king to wait for him. Brother Ching Hu, what did you just say? Fang Chen was stunned for a moment and asked hurriedly. I said I only found 9. What's wrong? Ching Hu asked in surprise. The godly king of puppets had already given up, but after hearing Ching Hu's words, he was dumbfounded. What did you say? The godly king of puppets' expression changed. He asked in a deep voice, you found 9? Ching Hu nodded. He didn't understand why the godly king of puppets was so surprised. The flaws of this puppet were easy to find. If he was given some time, he could find more. He was still rejoicing. This test was too simple. Godly king of puppets, how is my brother's talent? Fang Chen did his best to stabilize the shock in his heart. Soon after, he parted his mouth and laughed. The godly king of puppets didn't believe him and said, tell me, where are the 9 flaws you found? Godly king, I don't know who made this puppet. Its entire body is full of flaws. I saw at least 5 flaws with my naked eye. The other flaws need to be found carefully. If you give me some time, I can find more. After saying that, Ching Hu walked to the front of the puppet and pointed out 1 flaw at a time for the godly king of puppets to see. First of all, this is the most important one. This is the area where the supply can be connected. Making a protective membrane is simply superfluous. Ching Hu said frankly. After a moment, all 9 flaws were pointed out. How is it? Did my brother find the right one? Fang Chen asked. The godly king of puppets' eyes widened as if he had seen a new world. He looked at Ching Hu with joy. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the god king of puppets laughed wildly. He's practically born to be a puppet. Even my disciples are far inferior to him in terms of talent in puppetry. Puppet Supreme being turned around, looked at Fang Chen, and asked, Godly Emperor Destruction, I would like to take your brother as my disciple. Are you willing? Fang Chen spread his hands and said, I don't have any problems. It's mainly up to my brother, Ching Hu. Disciple Ching Hu greets master. Ching Hu directly knelt on the ground, causing the puppet god king to laugh loudly. All right. Hurry up and get up, said the god king of puppets. Brother Ching Hu, congratulations. Fang Chen cupped his fists and congratulated him. Ching Hu chuckled. The puppet god king said, I really didn't expect that a martial artist that ascended from the lower realms would actually have such heaven-defying talent in puppetry. This puppet was created by me. The flaws on it were deliberately left behind. It's extremely difficult to find even 1 flaw for an eternal realm martial artist. However, Ching Hu found 9 in 1 go, and this was also because of the time limit. I really can't think of anyone more monstrous than him. Puppet God King continued to praise Ching Hu. Our Skybone Palace's puppet hall is considered to be second to none in the God World's puppet Dao. I have a few disciples under me who are all divine realm martial artists. However, their potential can't be compared to Ching Hu's. Oh, are you saying that your disciples can't find more flaws? Fang Chen asked curiously. At least, in the same realm, my disciples can't be compared to Ching Hu. The puppet god king then turned to Ching Hu and said, Ching Hu, go take a look and see how many flaws you can find. Right now, the puppet divine king already treated Ching Hu as a treasure. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen was naturally very happy. As expected, Ching Hu shocked the puppet god king once again. Love go little say W. Chu Ching Hu found more than 30 flaws on the puppet. This was incredible. The puppet god king directly took Ching Hu as his closed-door disciple, and he would inherit his mantle in the future. Ching Hu's appearance also shocked the entire puppet hall. After making arrangements for Qing Hu, Fang Chen left the puppet hall. The puppet god king's words faintly echoed in his ears. He said that in the future, there would definitely be an expert in the realm of gods who would surpass him in the realm of gods. That expert was Qing Hu. After returning to the seventh palace, Fang Chen began to comprehend the divine light wood. He sat cross-legged on the ground and took out the divine light wood. The golden heart started beating rapidly. Golden light surged, penetrating through Fang Chen's palm and tunneling into the divine light wood. This divine light wood evolved from the body of a cosmos god. It should contain the energy of a cosmos god, right? Fang Chen thought. After observing for a moment, Fang Chen closed his eyes, and his true god energy surged. His consciousness permeated into the divine light wood. At that moment, a terrifying energy swept over, completely suppressing his consciousness. Dong. Fang Chen sensed that when the terrifying aura appeared, the entire world seemed to shatter into pieces at this moment. What a powerful energy! Is that the energy of a cosmos god? After this energy appeared, it formed a spatial storm, wreaking havoc in the entire space. Even though Fang Chen's consciousness was suppressed, he was not in danger. He suppressed the shock in his heart and looked at the spatial storm. Wang. In the blink of an eye, the world shattered, and the spatial storm dissipated. Fang Chen felt his head hurting. His primordial spirit trembled, and his consciousness retreated from the divine light wood. Too powerful. His expression was slightly pale. If that spatial storm had targeted him, even the Deathbone progenitor could not save him. Is that the energy of a cosmos god? I feel that it is entirely different from the energy of a god emperor. Fang Chen tried his best to recall the previous scene. He was using his heart to experience the energy of a cosmos god, but he did not gain anything. Time passed. An entire half a month passed. Every time Fang Chen's consciousness entered the divine light wood, it would suffer from a powerful suppression. Every time, the scene was exactly the same. Until there was a certain time when the golden heart left his body and entered the divine light wood. Fang Chen was dumbfounded. He did not dare believe that the golden heart would actually leave his body and enter the divine light wood. Unless the golden heart is helping me. Fang Chen's consciousness followed the golden heart into the divine light wood. This time, it was indeed different. His consciousness could no longer feel that terrifying suppression, and the world did not shatter. Only the spatial storm that appeared was enveloped by the golden light and could not create any waves. Everything seemed to have come to a standstill. Fang Chen's consciousness successfully stabilized within the divine light wood. Wang. In the void, the golden light expanded, tearing apart the spatial storm. It was also at this time that the golden heart turned into a giant sword that pierced the sky and ruthlessly stabbed into the ground, stirring up a large amount of dust. Stabilized. Fang Chen was ecstatic. The golden heart controlled the internal world of the divine light wood, allowing his primordial spirit to move freely. Ha ha ha. The divine light wood was considered an unsolved mystery in the deity world, and it was about to be solved in his hands. Fang Chen felt excited. The divine light wood was ultimately formed from the body of a cosmos god. No matter what, it was tainted with the aura of a cosmos god. If he could comprehend just a fraction of it, he would benefit immensely. Huala. Under the suppression of the enormous golden sword, the internal space of the divine light would stabilized. It was also at this moment that the void distorted, causing many layers of spatial ripples to appear. What is that? Fang Chen felt his heart trembling. He felt that it was unfathomable. Every time the spatial ripples transformed, it felt like a great apocalypse was happening. He had a unique feeling in his heart. Is that the operation of the laws of the cosmos? Fang Chen opened his eyes wide, staring at the transformation of the ripples in the void. In the vast cosmos, the 6 great laws operated with the assistance of other laws, forming the order of the cosmos. Under the order of the cosmos, nobody could violate the laws of the cosmos. Just like this, cosmos epoch after cosmos epoch operated normally. Every great apocalypse was a rebirth. Even the 10 strongest god emperors could not comprehend the operation of the cosmos. Becoming a cosmos god means one can control the operation of the cosmos? Fang Chen muttered to himself. He naturally knew what it meant to control the order of the cosmos. It meant that one's thoughts could replace the will of the cosmos and control the operation of the cosmos, becoming the true controller of the cosmos. Chapter 1997. Genius Remembering Love in 1 Second Divided by Small. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Potential determined the upper limit of a person's growth. This was also why the 7 apex superpowers of the divine realm valued those talented geniuses with monstrous potential. The apex superpowers would rarely use large amounts of resources to accumulate those who were not too outstanding into experts. Even though they did not lack resources, they disdained to do so. Their potential was limited. If they were to forcefully accumulate resources, it would be no different from cutting off their path of cultivation. Fang Chen's potential was not weak. Along the way, under the influence of the Golden Heart, his potential was changing subtly. Currently, Fang Chen's potential was at the apex level in the divine realm. Even the 10 strongest god emperors were helpless against the divine light wood, yet he could stabilize his divine sense within it. Naturally, this was all because of the Golden Heart. The latter was left behind by Cosmos God Jiu Yuan and was much stronger than the divine light would. Under the suppression of the Golden Heart, the divine light would gradually calmed down and no longer repelled Fang Chen's primordial spirit. A gentle aura blew from within the divine light wood. Fang Chen was quietly feeling the spatial ripples changing time and time again. Every time there was a change, he would have a new experience. The evolution of the world. Fang Chen muttered to himself, unless the legends about cosmos gods being able to create the cosmos is true. Once one became a cosmos god, one would be called a cosmos controller. But whether one could create a cosmos was still a mystery. Fang Chen was not too sure either. He was merely guessing. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had already spent a year within the divine light wood. In this year, Fang Chen's improvement was significant. Initially, his primordial spirit could only move within a radius of half a kilometer. But now, his primordial spirit could freely fly close to half the space. The suppression of the golden huge sword has not changed at all. Furthermore, it is still helping me to comprehend. Fang Chen thought, I estimate that in another year, my divine sense should be able to envelop the entire interior of the divine light wood. By then, I might be able to comprehend the concept of a cosmos god. Saying that, Fang Chen closed his eyes and continued trying. Although Holy Light religion was furious that their 4 major strongholds were destroyed, they became even more cautious. In the vast land of the divine world, there was almost no trace of the remnants of Holy Light religion. The 10 strongest emperor gods were also waiting for the arrival of the emperor gods gathering. There were still 3 years before the god emperor gathering. The gathering of god emperors was a gathering led by the 10 strongest god emperors. Gathering all the god emperors of the entire god realm together to discuss and exchange pointers. While improving their own strength, they could also help others. It was held once every 100 years, and almost all the god emperors would be present. In a year, the ones who changed the most were Tian Xin and Qing Hu. First was Tian Xin. As Fang Chen's disciple, he did not focus on his master's halo. Instead, he kept a low profile and cultivated in the celestial bone palace. In just a year, Tian Xin had forcibly crossed a huge threshold in the way of the sword, breaking through to the divine transformation realm in one fell swoop. Actually, with Tian Xin's potential, the reason why he was unable to break through in the lower realm was completely due to the lack of cultivation resources and cultivation environment. After coming to the firmament, he did not have to worry about anything and focused on cultivating the way of the sword. He had also cultivated the Sky Desolation sword body to the extreme. Although he had only reached the divine transformation realm, he had already been noticed by many god emperors. Next was Qing Hu. His reputation was much greater than Tian Xin's. Because he was the last disciple of the puppet god king, and because of his great potential, he quickly reached an unprecedented level in the way of the puppet. In a year, not only did Qing Hu break through to the divine transformation realm, his achievements in the way of the puppet had even surpassed some true gods and divine spirit realm experts. The thing that the puppet god king was happiest about now was teaching Ching Hu. Every time he met an old friend, he would praise Ching Hu with all his might. Of course, to the huge celestial bone palace, this was still unable to stir up any waves. In a region where space was distorted and time was in chaos. In a lush valley, there was a stone platform. Looking from afar, the valley presented two scenes. One was fiery hot, the other was gloomy cold. Inside the valley, there was an extremely terrifying power of ice and fire. In the empty and quiet valley, there was a figure with a smile on his face. His deep eyes were looking at the stone platform that was enveloped by the power of ice and fire. On the stone platform, there was a beautiful woman sitting. If Fang Chen was here, he would definitely recognize her as his wife, Star and Moon. The mysterious yin phoenix body has been fully awakened and has completely merged with her blood, the grey-robed man muttered to himself with a hint of joy in his voice. It won't be long before her blood becomes the noble phoenix bloodline. Moreover, it will be the purest phoenix bloodline. Thinking back to what had happened before, the grey-robed man felt a little incredulous. He had just gone out for a walk and found such a person. He really did not dare to imagine that there was someone in this world who had a complete mysterious yin phoenix body. This discovery caused him to be overjoyed. Soon after, he brought Xingyue with him and arrived at that place. Buzz. On the stone platform, the power of ice and fire were constantly fusing together, forming a strange scene. Star and Moon suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the grey-robed man. Teacher. Star and Moon raised her small white hand and said softly. The grey-robed man nodded with satisfaction, saying, Moon, how do you feel? Teacher, during this period, I feel the blood in my body boiling. It seems to have undergone a huge transformation. Star and Moon said frankly. Teacher, is the mysterious yin phoenix body changing the bloodline in my body? The grey-robed man nodded. The mysterious yin phoenix body is much stronger than you think. If you can cultivate it to the limit, it is not impossible for you to become a cosmos god. Currently, I am using the power of ice and fire to control your mysterious yin phoenix body and change your bloodline. You must know that if you want to cultivate the mysterious yin phoenix body to the strongest realm, you must have a matching bloodline. The grey-robed man continued, and the phoenix bloodline is one of them. Teacher, listening to your tone, it seems that there is a bloodline stronger than the phoenix bloodline. Star and Moon's beautiful eyes flashed as she asked with a slight smile. Of course. Then what bloodline is it? Star and Moon continued asking. The grey-robed man walked to the stone platform. With a light wave of his hand, the power of ice and fire disappeared. Star and Moon walked down from the stone platform. The grey-robed man looked at the former with doting affection, saying, in this world, there is a bloodline that is most compatible with the mysterious yin phoenix body. But after countless cosmos epochs, I have searched the entire cosmos, yet I have never found that bloodline. Star and Moon already knew long ago that the grey-robed man, who was also her current teacher, did not belong to this epoch. That bloodline is called the Dark Phoenix bloodline. Dark Phoenix bloodline? Star and Moon felt puzzled. The Phoenix bloodline is a fire attribute bloodline. It is hot and domineering. In reality, the Dark Phoenix bloodline has appeared before in the history of the Phoenix clan. The Dark Phoenix bloodline is a mutated bloodline of the Phoenix clan, and it is also the strongest bloodline discovered so far. Those who possess the Dark Phoenix bloodline eventually became cosmos gods. The grey-robed man said. Hearing this, Star and Moon felt her heart trembling. Dark Phoenix bloodline? Even though she was not clear, she could tell how frightening this bloodline was. It's a pity that with my current strength, I can't transform your bloodline into the Dark Phoenix bloodline. The grey-robed man sighed. Star and Moon nodded. If her teacher could do it, he would have become a cosmos god long ago. Teacher, there is no need to force the matters of the world. The Dark Phoenix bloodline is rarely seen in 1 trillion years. How easy would it be to get it? On the contrary, Star and Moon was relatively calm. You are quite open-minded. The grey-robed man laughed. Oh right, teacher, when can I leave this place? Star and Moon asked. This was what she was most concerned about. In this place, all communications were cut off. She could not contact Brother Chen. If I leave for so long, Brother Chen will definitely go crazy. The grey-robed man shook his head and said, "You have reached the most crucial moment of your cultivation. You cannot leave this place." "Oh, I understand." Star and Moon obediently lowered her head after hearing this. Soon after, she stepped back onto the stone platform. Looking at Star and Moon, who was diligently cultivating, the grey-robed man seemed to be immersed in his memories. He muttered to himself, "Teacher has his own difficulties. I hope you can understand." Saying this, the grey-robed man disappeared. The valley regained its tranquility once again. The power of ice and fire enveloped the valley. On the stone platform, a dazzling light was emitted. Chapter 1998. Genius Remembering Love in 1 Second Divided by Small. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. In reality, Fang Chen spent a much longer time comprehending the divine light wood than he expected. During the first year, his spiritual sense had enveloped half of the divine light wood. He originally thought that he could completely envelop the divine light wood within a year. Nevertheless, the further he went, the more Fang Chen discovered that his primordial spirit technique seemed to have reached a bottleneck. This attempt lasted for a total of 2 years. And it was during the 3rd year that Fang Chen comprehended the divine light wood that his spiritual sense finally enveloped the entire divine light wood. Dong. In the air, a terrifying pressure descended. It's just that this pressure could not touch Fang Chen at all. Instead, it made the latter feel a world-shaking transformation happening in his body. The comprehension of the martial Tao by cosmos gods. Fang Chen felt that every corner of the region his spiritual sense touched had the remnant aura of a cosmos god. This aura directly sublimated Fang Chen's primordial spirit. This is the comprehension of a cosmos god. Fang Chen felt his heart trembling. The comprehension of a cosmos god was too strong. He casually comprehended the martial Tao and felt that his comprehension of the martial Tao had improved by a lot. So this is the case. In the distorted space, ripples were rapidly spreading out. The huge golden sword suppressed the divine light wood and wildly absorbed the aura belonging to a cosmos god. As his comprehension of the divine light wood deepened, Fang Chen felt his mind becoming clearer. The magic dragon heaven destroyer sword that was previously stuck at a bottleneck had instantly broken through the gap. Xiao. Fang Chen used his finger to guide the sword. Many terrifying finger lights turned into golden sword lights in the void, tearing apart the firmament and intimidating the heavens. Magic Dragon Heaven Destroyer Sword, 25th level. The accumulation of the sword Tao over the years allowed Fang Chen to easily reach the 25th level. Furthermore, he felt that he had not reached the bottleneck yet. Continue 26th level, 27th level. When he reached the 28th level, the restless sword chi in his body finally stopped. Fang Chen's spiritual sense also withdrew from the divine light wood at that moment. An excited smile appeared on his face. Putting away the divine light wood, the giant golden sword turned back into a golden heart and drilled into his body. Wang. Within the golden heart, strands of cosmos god aura that was so minute that it could not be detected gradually permeated into Fang Chen's limbs and bones. Seeing this, Fang Chen was ecstatic. What a great harvest! Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. This time, he had cultivated for a total of 3 years. It was not a long time, but he had gained a lot. Especially since he had cultivated the demon dragon heaven destroying sword to the 28th level. If he were to go all out, he should be able to withstand the attack of a first-level emperor god with ease. Looking at the time, it's almost time for the God Emperor's gathering, Fang Chen said to himself. When the God Emperor's gathering is over, I'll continue to study the divine light wood. Fang Chen felt that comprehending the divine light wood would allow him to break through to the Archrealm. Fang Chen. Just as he came out of seclusion, the bone progenitor sent him a message. Teacher, I've just come out of seclusion, Fang Chen said. Tomorrow is the day of the God Emperor's gathering. Come over to my place, the bone progenitor said. Soon, Fang Chen arrived at the garden. The bone progenitor was fishing. Seeing his proud disciple, his face was filled with excitement. Brat, how's your harvest? The bone progenitor asked. He knew that Fang Chen had been comprehending the divine light wood for the past 3 years, so he specially asked about it. However, the bone progenitor did not think that Fang Chen could achieve anything. Teacher, the aura contained within the divine light wood is unfathomable. This disciple has some slight harvest, Fang Chen said modestly. The bone progenitor nodded and said, even the 10 strongest god emperors can't comprehend the divine light wood completely. You don't have to waste your time on it. Just take a look. Don't go too deep. Teacher is right, Fang Chen said. By the way, teacher, is tomorrow the day of the God Emperor's gathering? That's right. The gathering will be held at the South Tomb Sword Palace, the bone progenitor said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was a little surprised. He did not expect the God Emperor's gathering to be held at the South Tomb Sword Palace. As if guessing Fang Chen's thoughts, the bone progenitor smiled and said, the God Emperor's gathering will always be held at one of the 7 top forces. This time, it's the South Tomb Sword Palace's turn. Pack up. I'll bring you there today, the bone progenitor said. Teacher, I've already packed, Fang Chen said. South Tomb Sword Palace, Sword Fighting Villa. This was an important place of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Without the permission of the God Emperors, no one could enter. And this time, the God Emperor's gathering would be held at Sword Fighting Villa. Unfortunately, God Emperor Swordless still had not come out of seclusion. However, no one cared. After all, experts like them could easily go into seclusion for tens of thousands of years. With God Emperor Swordless absent, the God Emperor's gathering was organized by the Black Emperor. There were a total of 2 God Emperors from the South Tomb Sword Palace. As the time approached, God Emperors from all over the place gradually arrived. Within Sword Fighting Villa, the Black Emperor and the God Emperor of Death stood at the entrance, welcoming the various God Emperors with smiles. Junior, don't be anxious. Fang Chen will definitely come this time, the Black Emperor said to the God Emperor of Death. He was afraid that his junior would not be able to control himself. Senior, don't worry. I won't leave any evidence for the other God Emperors to use against me, the God Emperor of Death nodded. At this moment, the God Emperor of Destruction from the Beast God clan arrived. God Emperor of Destruction, please come in, the Black Emperor welcomed him with a smile. Then, the God Emperor of Samsara Palace, the God Emperor of Creation from the Immortal Divine Pavilion, the God Emperor of Time, God Emperor of Space, and God Emperor of Destiny arrived. The bone progenitor was the last of the 10 God Emperors to arrive. Coming to the South Tomb Sword Palace once again, Fang Chen was deeply moved. Just as he entered the South Tomb Sword Palace, he felt the terrifying sword chi. Let's go to the sword fighting manor, the bone progenitor said. Taking a step forward, the master and disciple arrived at the sword fighting manor. Bone progenitor, please come in, the Black Emperor said. The God Emperor of Death stared at Fang Chen. He could not wait to tear him into pieces, but he knew that it was not time yet. All the God Emperors had settled down. Master, why do the other forces only have 1 God Emperor? Fang Chen asked curiously. Do you think it's that easy to become a God Emperor? The bone progenitor stared at Fang Chen and said, in the entire God world, other than the Heaven Bone Palace with 2 God Emperors and the South Tomb Sword Palace with 3 God Emperors, the other forces only have 1 God Emperor. The other 5 top forces had 5 God Emperors. In addition to the 2 God Emperors from the Heaven Bone Palace and the 3 God Emperors from the South Tomb Sword Palace, there were 10 God Emperors. There were also the 4 God Emperors from the South Pole Continent and the 3 Wandering God Emperors. There were a total of 17 God Emperors. In the sword fighting manor, there were a total of 17 people. God Emperor Swordless was not here, but Fang Chen had come. There was no change in the number of people. However, Fang Chen was the first God Emperor Realm cultivator to participate in the God Emperor Realm's God Emperor Realm. He had created history in the divine world. It would be difficult for the latecomers to break his record in a short period of time. However, 17 God Emperors is only in name. There are many God Emperors who live in seclusion. They are indifferent to fame and fortune, and they pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. If they want to hide, even we will not be able to find them, the bone progenitor explained. Fang Chen nodded. He had the same thoughts as the bone progenitor. The God world was not limited to just these few God Emperors. There must be more hidden God-emperors. For example, the mysterious God-emperor who took away the star and moon. There was no trace of him until now. However, from this point, one could see how amazing God-emperor Swordless was. To be able to raise 2 God-emperor disciples and have 3 God-emperors, his name spread across the universe. Logically speaking, the South Tomb Sword Palace has 3 God-emperors. They should be in the top 3 among the 7 top forces, right? Fang Chen asked again. The bone progenitor shook his head, as if unwilling to say more. There are many things you don't know. You will know when you enter the God-emperor realm. What you need to pay attention to now is the challenge from the God-emperor of Death and the Black Emperor. The bone progenitor said, the purpose of the God-emperor gathering is to allow the God-emperors to exchange pointers and improve the strength of the entire God world. You have made history by making an exception to participate in the God-emperor gathering. The 2 great God-emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace will definitely not miss such a good opportunity at the God-emperor gathering. They will definitely challenge you. Once they issue a challenge, you will not be able to refuse. This is the rule of the God-emperor gathering. When the time comes, I will not be able to say anything, the bone progenitor said. The Black Emperor and the God-emperor of Death. Fang Chen muttered to himself. The 2 of them should be second-level God-emperors, right? Chapter 1999. Genius 1 second. Remember, love go small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The various God-emperors stayed in the sword battle manor. After all, this gathering of God-emperors was purely for exchanging pointers. Previously, it was a strategy against the sacred light religion. Hence, they were not too nervous. Fang Chen and the bone progenitor were both from the Skybone Palace. Naturally, they stayed together. Previously, Fang Chen's name as Godly Emperor Destruction resounded throughout the divine world, gaining the recognition of countless experts. Even the Godly Emperor Destruction personally called him the #1 under the God Emperors. But this did not mean that Godly Emperors could casually participate in the gathering of God Emperors. This time, Fang Chen participated as a Godly Emperor, creating a new record in the divine world. Ever since the gathering of God Emperors was established, he was the first Godly Emperor to participate. This meant that he had gained the recognition of the God Emperors. After a night of stories, the sword battle manor became lively early in the morning of the second day. The gathering of God Emperors had officially begun. First, the 9 supreme God Emperors sat at the most central position in the garden pavilion. Following them were the God Emperor of Death, Black Emperor, and God Emperor Azura. Out of Fang Chen's expectations, the previous time he met God Emperor Azura, he was only a first-level God Emperor. And now, he had become a second-level God Emperor. The ranking of the God Emperors represented their strength. In the eyes of the God Emperors, Fang Chen was the weakest among them. Naturally, he would sit at the back. Everyone, it has been a long time since we gathered together. After the God Emperors sat down, the Godly Emperor Destruction said with a smile, the gathering of God Emperors is for everyone to exchange pointers, so there is no need to be restrained. Following the words of the Godly Emperor Destruction, the other supreme God Emperors started speaking. They had been friends for many years and were familiar with each other. Furthermore, they wanted to take that final step to become cosmos gods. Bone Progenitor, your luck is really good. You actually accepted a disciple like Fang Chen. Godly Emperor Samsara said with envy. That's right. To participate in the gathering of God Emperors as a God Emperor is really amazing. Godly Emperor Sky Array added. The 9 great absolute God Emperors were chatting freely. It was also at this moment that the Death God Emperor, who had been silent all this while, spoke. Fellow God Emperors, every time we gather, the God Emperors will spar and challenge each other to raise their strength. Love go little say WK. I've heard that the Godly Emperor of Destruction is as powerful as the Godly Emperor realm. I'm itching to challenge him. The meaning behind the Death God Emperor's words was very clear. Many God Emperors heard it clearly. Death, you're a second-tier Emperor God. It's not appropriate for you to challenge Fang Chen, Emperor God Tai Shu muttered. Fang Chen's participation in the God Emperor gathering was permitted by the various God Emperors. This means that he is the same as us. He also has the strength of a God Emperor. If that's the case, Why can't my junior brother challenge him? The Black Arch continued, furthermore, I have a rule for the gathering of God Emperors. It's easy to be suspicious of the participants, so feel free to test them. Hey Di paused for a moment before continuing, Hey Di, suspect that Fang Chen is trying to fish in troubled waters. Impudent. The person who spoke was the godly Emperor of Destruction. His face was gloomy. However, he was stopped by the godly Emperor of Creation the moment he spoke. Godly Emperor of Destruction, the Black Arch and the Death God Emperor did not violate the rules. Aren't you being too biased towards Fang Chen? Who doesn't know that the South Tomb Sword Palace has an irreconcilable feud with my disciple? The Black Arch wants the Death God Emperor to use the God Emperor gathering to attack my disciple. The Bone Progenitor's face was gloomy as he said coldly, my disciple was allowed to participate in the gathering by the God Emperors. If anyone wants to take revenge, I'll be the first to disagree. The Bone Progenitor had expressed his support for his disciple. His attitude was very firm. Hearing this, the Black Arch sneered. Everything was within his expectations. Everyone here is reasonable. My junior brother and I did not violate the rules. If you use your strength to suppress us, it'll be ungentlemanly. Furthermore, the South Tomb Sword Palace also has powerful God Emperors. For a moment, the atmosphere was tense. The other God Emperors also expressed their support. Some supported Fang Chen, some supported the Black Arch and the Death God Emperor. At this moment, Fang Chen stood up. He had to solve his own problems. In the end, it was because he was too weak. The Black Arch and the Death God Emperor looked down on him. Master, they're right. I'm a God Emperor after all. It's fine to doubt my strength. Since they want to challenge me, I'll accompany them. When has the Skybone Palace ever been afraid of others? Fang Chen's words shocked the other God Emperors. The Black Arch and the Death God Emperor could easily suppress him. They did not know where he got his courage from. Since the godly Emperor of Destruction has said so, we'll follow the rules, the godly Emperor of Destruction said. After the challenge, the gathering continued. Who's going to go first? Or do you want to team up against me? Fang Chen's face was full of sarcasm. I alone am enough to deal with you. The Death God Emperor had just finished his words when his figure flashed and he appeared at the square outside the pavilion. Fang Chen walked out and stood opposite the Death God Emperor. Boy, a piece of trash like you dares to join the gathering of God Emperors? You're a disgrace to the Skybone Palace, the Death God Emperor said eerily. Fang Chen smirked and mocked, if you find out that you can't even win against the trash that you're talking about, what will you think? Will you say that I'm trash then? Fang Chen's voice was full of confidence as though he was not afraid of the Death God Emperor. The Death God Emperor looked ferocious and his eyes were filled with wild murderous intent. What's the point of saying all this? Can it help you win against me? Fang Chen spread his hands and did not say anything else. After the Demon Dragon Sky-Destroying Sword was cultivated to the 28th level, his attacking power was comparable to that of a level 2 Emperor God. Although his foundation was weaker and he could not win against a level 2 Emperor God, he could still escape unscathed. Moreover, he had the supreme true God weapon, Herculean Pagoda. His defense was not a problem. In the pavilion, the 9 absolute Emperor Gods looked at the two of them with smiles. Some of the weaker Emperor Gods did not think that Fang Chen would win. D*MNU, let's see how you're going to deal with this, Ancestor Tian Peng sneered. The devil bird old ancestor smiled sinisterly as well. It was as though he was happy that Fang Chen was humiliated. Emperor God Xiao Luo and Phoenix Ancestor, who were friends with Fang Chen, looked anxious and worried. Emperor God Xiao Luo shook his head, although Fang Chen is strong, he is not the Death God Emperor's match. The Death God Emperor obviously wants to take revenge. But Fang Chen is not an impulsive person. Does he have any hidden skills? Phoenix Ancestor thought to himself. Under everyone's gaze, the Death God Emperor could not help but take action. Kid, I won't kill you but I will make you remember me for the rest of your life. Just as the Death God Emperor spoke, a terrifying death aura spread and covered the entire sword-fighting villa. Then, the Death God Emperor let out a loud roar and a terrifying silver-grey light burst out from his palms. In an instant, A terrifying aura of death gushed into the palms of the Death God Emperor. Two huge palms suddenly swooped down on Fang Chen with earth-shattering momentum. The attack is strong. Even if I defend with all my might, I might not be able to block it. But, don't I know how to dodge? The corners of Fang Chen's mouth curled up, revealing a disdainful smile. Disciples of Heaven Bone Palace, I am good at escaping. You want me to fight against someone who is stronger than me? Are you out of your mind? Fang Chen used the Spacetime Fantasy Demon Book and disappeared from the void at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. Dong. Just then, the Death God Emperor's terrifying attack whizzed and hit the cold ground, causing dust to fly. Do you think you can dodge it? Seeing this, the Death God Emperor sneered coldly and continued to launch powerful attacks at the void nearby. In the pavilion, the Bone Progenitor had a smile on his face. He was pleased that Fang Chen had great potential in the Spacetime Dao. The other Emperor gods also expressed their opinions. Although Fang Chen is good at hiding, the Death God Emperor's attack is all-pervasive. It is only a matter of time before he is defeated. The Creation God Emperor was not optimistic about Fang Chen. That might not be the case. A God Emperor has the strength of an Emperor God. He might have some trump cards. The Reincarnation God Emperor said with a smile. Poochie. Wherever the Death God Emperor's attack passed, the void would shatter and the wild aura would wreak havoc on the land. Fang Chen's figure walked out of the void in a sorry state. Why? Not dodging anymore? The Death God Emperor sneered. Fang Chen said indifferently, Death God Emperor, I have overestimated your strength. You want to take revenge with your strength? Fang Chen mocked. The Death God Emperor was furious. His eyes turned red. Junior brother, don't be rash. He is provoking you on purpose. The Black Emperor sent a message to the Death God Emperor. The latter's wild aura gradually stabilized. He stared coldly at Fang Chen and said, let's see how you are going to defend yourself. The Death God Emperor's wild attack whizzed out again. This time, Fang Chen did not dodge. Instead, he took out the hidden star sword and quickly executed the Demon Dragon Sky Destroyer sword. Swoosh! Suddenly, countless terrifying sword beams appeared in the sky. In an instant, they condensed into a terrifying black dragon. At the same time, Fang Chen's body flashed. His golden heart was beating rapidly and a wild golden liquid appeared. Kill! Fang Chen shouted. The sword chi around him vibrated and the black dragon collided with the Death God Emperor's attack. Dong! The entire land was shaking. The Death God Emperor's attack was blocked by Fang Chen. This, at the same time, many God Emperors were shocked. Impressive. To be able to cultivate the sword principle to such a level, he is much stronger than the sword cultivators of the South Tomb Sword Palace. The Reincarnation God Emperor had been paying attention to Fang Chen. The God Emperor of Destruction and the others were shocked. Fang Chen's strength was beyond their expectations. Only the Black Emperor looked gloomy and he seemed to be thinking about something. Catcher! The black dragon that was hovering in the sky cracked and the entire space was filled with a terrifying aura. Dong! When the huge black dragon dissipated completely, the strongest attack of the Death God Emperor appeared instantly. Chapter 2000. Genius 1 second. Remember love go little? We provide you with interesting novels to read. In the battle with the Death God Emperor, Fang Chen had shown his super high level of strength. He even took out a top-grade true god weapon. Although the 9 ultimate god emperors knew that although the Herculean Pagoda was a top-grade true god weapon, it was at most on par with a top-grade true god weapon. They didn't think too much about it. Because they all had their own top-grade true god weapons that were compatible with their own Dao. However, the other god emperors were different. They more or less had other thoughts in their hearts. Among them, the one with the biggest greed was Fang Chen's nemesis, the 2 god emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace, Death God Emperor and Black Emperor. The gathering of god emperors continued. The 9 ultimate god emperors laughed heartily from time to time. At their level, sometimes even a casual sentence could give them an epiphany. The 9 ultimate god emperors stood at the peak of the god realm. Their understanding of martial arts had reached an unimaginable level. Therefore, The ones who benefited the most from the gathering of God Emperors were the 9 ultimate God Emperors. They discussed martial arts and matters of cultivation with each other. Finally, they talked about Holy Light Religion. Recently, Holy Light Religion has completely disappeared. I suspect that they are planning something big. God Emperor Samsara said faintly. God Emperor Destruction nodded lightly and said, from the information that we have, Holy Light Religion has 5 strongholds in the God realm. 4 of them have been destroyed by us. The remaining stronghold is definitely the most important one. Therefore, the most important thing now is to mobilize the power of the God realm to find the last stronghold. Hearing God Emperor Destruction's words, Time and Space God Emperors expressed their opinions. I will cooperate with God Emperor Time to conduct a large-scale search. However, this may involve some forbidden areas of the major forces. God Emperor Space said. Among the God Emperors, God Emperor Space was the best in terms of finding people. If God Emperor Time cooperated with them, they would be invincible. This is not a problem. As long as we can destroy Holy Light Religion, everything will be worth it. God Emperor Sky Array said. Don't forget that the master of Holy Light Religion hasn't shown himself for hundreds of millions of years. We don't know how strong he is now. Before we have a thorough understanding of Holy Light Religion, we cannot act blindly. The God of Creation Emperor said. The 9 strongest Emperor gods expressed their opinions one after another. As for the other Emperor gods, most of them were exchanging their experiences in martial arts. Fang Chen, you have really made the Skybone Palace proud this time, the Skybone Palace Vice Palace Master said with a chuckle as he walked over to Fang Chen's side. Emperor God Xiao Luo and Phoenix Grandmaster walked over and chatted with Fang Chen. Even the ancestors of the 2 great beast clans of the Antarctic continent, who had some grudges with Fang Chen, took the initiative to approach Fang Chen and express their goodwill. Godly Emperor Destruction, our 2 beast clans may have had some grudges with you before. I hope you won't take it to heart. The Devil Bird Ancestor said in a low voice. Fang Chen was taken aback for a moment before he revealed a smile. The reason why Ancestor Heavenly Rock and Ancestor Devil Bird spoke humbly and befriended him was because they saw his potential and strength. The God realm was like this. The strong were respected. There was no such thing as absolute hatred, only absolute benefits. Fang Chen's current power could match evenly with a stage 2 Emperor God. The strength of the 2 patriarchs was at most at the first level. If they really angered Fang Chen and he went to the Antarctic continent to kill, they couldn't guarantee that they could withstand Fang Chen's attack. Plus, the 2 beast clans didn't have any grudges with Fang Chen, so they wouldn't go to war. Unlike the South Tomb Sword Palace, they had an irreconcilable grudge with Fang Chen. Let bygones be bygones. There isn't any grudge between us, is there? Fang Chen said with a smile. Since the Emperor gods took the initiative to approach you, you shouldn't be too arrogant as you are only a godly emperor. It's great that godly Emperor Destruction thinks this way. If you have time, come to the Antarctic continent anytime. We'll definitely invite you. Ancestor Heavenly Rock grinned. Emperor God Xiao Luo and Phoenix Ancestor nodded. The little guy who needed their protection back then had grown to such a level. Time passed by and the gathering of Emperor gods ended in the blink of an eye. The gathering of God Emperors this time was a little different from the past. Fang Chen became famous after the battle and he was recognized by all the Emperor gods present. However, before Emperor God Destruction left, he told the Emperor gods present not to expose Fang Chen's power to avoid being targeted by the Holy Light Religion. In the past, there were demonic geniuses in the God realm. However, some of them didn't end well and were assassinated by the Holy Light Religion. Fang Chen's potential was enough for the Holy Light Religion to get rid of him at all costs. Hence, it was better not to let the outside world know. Everyone, the gathering of Emperor gods is over. The host, Black Emperor, said, I hope there will be more people joining us in the next gathering of Emperor gods. I'll make a move first. Emperor God Destruction and the others left. However, before they left, they invited Fang Chen to their territory as a guest. This made Black Emperor and Emperor God of Death even angrier, but they couldn't do anything about it. Fang Chen, let's go. Bone Progenitor stayed at the back on purpose to wait for his disciple and the Vice Palace Master. Fang Chen bade farewell to Emperor God Xiao Luo and Phoenix Ancestor and left. After the three of them left Sword Fighting Villa, they quickly used Spacetime Illusion Magic Book and headed to Heavenly Bone Palace. Master, I won't be going back for the time being, Fang Chen suddenly said. Where are you going? Bone Progenitor asked. I want to go for Rule Ladder, Fang Chen said. Bone Progenitor nodded. It seemed that his disciple was still thinking about the Heaven Refining Dagger. That was good too. With his current power, there weren't any good places to train in the God Realm. The Rule Stairway to Heaven was also a brand new experience for him. All right, I'll send you to Rule Ladder. Bone Progenitor nodded and parted ways with the Vice Palace Master. South Tomb Sword Palace, Sword Fighting Villa. How is it? Emperor God of Death asked. Black Emperor shook his head and looked gloomy. That old man Ancestor Bone has been accompanying Fang Chen all this time. They didn't go back to Heavenly Bone Palace and I'm not sure where they are going. No matter what, we have to kill this D*MN guy, Emperor God of Death said coldly. Emperor God Destruction had said that it wasn't against the rules for an Emperor God to attack Fang Chen. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Don't worry, I've been watching. I'll inform you immediately if there's any news, Black Emperor said. Oh yeah, is there any news from Master? Emperor God of Death's face changed when he mentioned Emperor God of Sword. He pondered and said, Master has been in seclusion but I can feel the fluctuation of Master's primordial spirit. Master might be breaking through at the last moment. At the peak of Divine World, above the sky, there was violent real god power all year round and ordinary real gods couldn't come here. Plus, they would be affected by the violent real god power from afar. They would be severely injured if they were lucky and die if they were lucky. As a supreme god emperor, Ancestor Bone's valiant energy enveloped Fang Chen as he shuttled through the void and headed for the Sky Dome. Such strong power. Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim along the way. The sky and the land of the God Realm were two completely different worlds. It wasn't suitable for humans to live there. Even Emperor God experts wouldn't want to stay there for a long time. According to legends, the peak of the sky is the core of the universe. It's also the place where the rules of order exist. There's the strongest willpower origin of the universe. Even the 10 Emperor Gods haven't been there before, Bone Progenitor said. The core of the universe. Fang Chen felt his heart trembling. It seemed that the sky was the true peak of the universe. Above the Law Heavenly Stairway is the Yuan Desolate Dangerland. According to legends passed down since ancient times, only by conquering the Yuan Desolate Dangerland can one step into the core of the universe. Bone Progenitor said with a trace of yearning in his voice. Master, what is conquering the Yuan Desolate Dangerland? Fang Chen asked. Bone Progenitor shook his head, I don't know either. The Yuan Desolate Dangerland is unique. It's hard to travel through it, much less conquering it. Us 10 Emperor Gods once worked together and paid a huge price to bypass the Yuan Desolate Dangerland and head towards the origin of willpower. But we failed in the end. Failed? Fang Chen felt curious. The 10 Emperor Gods working together should have a combat power close to that of Cosmos Gods, right? Such a powerful combat power actually failed. He was really curious. What exactly was there in the Yuan Desolate Dangerland? The crux of stepping into the Cosmos God Realm is to fuse all laws and laws into one, fusing them completely with your body. Controlling the entire universe and speaking the law. Bone Progenitor said, but it's too difficult to take this step. We only wanted to head towards the origin of willpower and witness the operation of the universe. What a pity. There was not a single God Emperor who did not desire to become a Cosmos God. The temptation was too great. But since ancient times, how many could become a Cosmos God? It seemed that as the universe epochs changed, the origin of will seemed to be suppressing the entire cosmos, making it difficult for God Emperors to break through to the Cosmos God realm. Until now, there was not a single Cosmos God in the deity world. From this point, one could see something. Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. What I want to tell you is that you must not be careless and arrogant. Bone Progenitor reminded, Even though your current strength is comparable to a second-level God Emperor, the deity world is far too vast. However, the vastness of the God realm is far from what you imagine. This disciple will remember teacher's teachings. I'll definitely be careful. Fang Chen cupped his fists. Hua la. It felt like the entire space was shaking. For a moment, Fang Chen felt he could not breathe. The world was spinning, and his primordial spirit was shaking. I've reached the law heavenly stairway. Chapter 2001. Genius 1 second. Remember love go small? Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. As soon as the bone progenitor finished speaking, Fang Chen felt a wild true god power raging around him. So strong. The sword-shaped runes on the surface of his skin started to move automatically. The perfect sword body was activated to the extreme, and his physical defense increased tremendously. Only then did he feel that he could move. It's your first time here, so it's inevitable that you won't be used to it. After some time, you'll get used to it, the bone progenitor said with a smile. He had a better understanding of the stairway to heaven. Although the true god power here was wild, his disciple could still withstand it. However, it would take some time. Master, is this the stairway to heaven? Fang Chen was shocked. The place that he was at was a piece of void. There was nothing except for the raging real god energy. In front of him, there was a stairway to heaven that reached the clouds. It was suspended in the air as if it was connected to the highest point of the universe. Yes, this is the stairway to heaven, the bone progenitor nodded. Although the stairway to heaven only had 6 levels, it gave Fang Chen a feeling that he would never reach the end. Moreover, the stairway to heaven was shrouded in 6 different types of rule power. It was very shocking. That was the purest and most powerful rule force. It was spectacular. Fang Chen was the disciple of the bone progenitor. He was also the godly emperor of destruction, who had the strongest attack power among the 6 godly emperors. He had seen a lot. However, when he saw the stairway to heaven, he was still shocked. Not only him, but even the golden heart was beating rapidly. It was as if it could not wait to climb the stairway to heaven. Seeing Fang Chen's expression, the bone progenitor expected it. To be honest, it was his first time here and he was shocked too. However, he was now standing at the top of the realm of the gods. Naturally, he would not be too shocked. The bone progenitor pointed to a piece of white cloud below the stairway to heaven and said, "There is wild true god power raging around the stairway to heaven. But only on this white cloud, the berserk true god energy is unable to invade. This is also a place to rest." Hearing this, Fang Chen instantly felt relieved. Ascending the nomological heavenly stairway consumed a lot of energy. If he failed, he would definitely be exhausted. At this time, he definitely needed a relatively safe place to recover his strength. The appearance of this white cloud was truly timely. "Master, is the rule stairway to heaven man-made?" Suddenly, a bold idea appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Why was there a white cloud for people to rest at the bottom of the stairway to heaven? Could it have been formed naturally? Fang Chen immediately rejected this idea. The stairway to heaven has existed since ancient times. As for how it was created, even we, the 10 strongest god emperors, do not know. Perhaps only after becoming a cosmos god would one know? The bone progenitor sighed. For countless years, he had been chasing after the illusory peak of the martial Tao, and he had never stopped. However, there were no substantial breakthroughs. This was very tiring. However, cultivators had no other choice. This was the fate of a cultivator. Since he chose the martial Tao, he had to move forward courageously. Unless there was a day when he lost his life. Otherwise, no one could stop him from pursuing the martial Tao. The bone ancestor calmed the complicated emotions in his heart. He quickly said, "You should stay here and train for now. Reaching your realm, you can flick your fingers for 100 years. The stairway to heaven is a brand new challenge to you. Try to break through to the God Emperor realm here." The bone progenitor had high expectations of Fang Chen. He even fantasized that this little disciple of his could possibly break through the limits of the cosmos and become a powerful cosmos god. Of course, no matter what his potential was, the most important thing now was to break through to the God Emperor realm. If he could not even pass through this stage, then how could he talk about breaking through to the cosmos god realm? The bone progenitor reminded Fang Chen a few more words and told him some things he had to pay attention to when challenging the stairway to heaven. After that, he left. Above the sky dome, before the stairway to heaven, Fang Chen sat cross-legged on a white cloud. He was slowly adjusting the condition of his body. 5 great laws were moving around his body. The law of destruction was the strongest. The other 4 laws were on par with each other. Deity World, South Tomb Sword Palace. In the sword battle manner, the God Emperor of Death was cultivating. Suddenly, the Black Emperor came in a hurry. The latter hurriedly opened his eyes when he saw him. He anxiously asked, "Senior disciple brother, is there any news?" Black Emperor laughed sinisterly. He then said, "The bone progenitor sent Fang Chen to the Sky Dome before leaving." The Sky Dome? Unless Fang Chen wants to challenge the stairway to heaven? The God Emperor of Death frowned. Black Emperor nodded. With Fang Chen's current strength, he is unparalleled in the Deity Emperor realm. He is comparable to a second-stage God Emperor. There is almost no place in the deity world that is suitable for him to train. This stairway to heaven is the best choice. If he could pass through the stairway to heaven, he could even enter the Yuan desolate danger ground. He should be using this opportunity to break through to the God Emperor realm. H. Does he think it is so easy to break through to the God Emperor realm? The God Emperor of Death sneered. After a short while, a sinister smile appeared on the God Emperor of Death's face. "Since that is the case, what are we waiting for? Let's quickly get rid of him." Black Emperor said, "Junior disciple brother, with your strength, you should have no problem dealing with Fang Chen. This time, you should do it alone." Actually, Black Emperor had his concerns. If he were to deal with Fang Chen together with the God Emperor of Death, he would be opposed by the strongest God Emperor. Secondly, God Emperor Swordless was in seclusion and had reached a critical moment. He needed to stay in the South Tomb Sword Palace to guard it. Compared to Fang Chen, the matter of God Emperor Swordless was more important. The God Emperor of Death nodded. He could understand his senior disciple brother's actions. "Senior disciple brother, don't worry. This time, Fang Chen will definitely die. I will also bring his Sword Dao inheritance back to the South Tomb Sword Palace. I will also bring the Supreme True God Artifact Titan Pagoda." After the God Emperor of Death bade farewell to his senior disciple brother Black Emperor, he hurriedly left the land of extreme south. A few days later, he arrived in the sky. Whoosh! In the sky, the God Emperor of Death's body was suspended in the void. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at the stairway to heaven. At that moment, on the first step of the rule's stairway to heaven, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. He was surrounded by the power of creation rules of order. He was challenging the rule's stairway to heaven. Humph! The God Emperor of Death snorted coldly. Then, he leaped and stepped on the white clouds. Using the momentum, he jumped to the front of the rule's stairway to heaven. Looking at Fang Chen's back, the God Emperor of Death's eyes revealed a sinister smile. "Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have." After saying that, the God Emperor of Death clenched his fist and threw a punch at Fang Chen. Dong! In the violent fist radiance, there was a biting cold sword chi. It pierced through the void and shot towards Fang Chen's body on the first step of the rule's stairway to heaven. Fang Chen, who was comprehending the power of creation rules of order, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Then, his face changed drastically. Not good. He cursed in his heart. Then, he reacted quickly. In a flash, he disappeared into the void. Boom! The terrifying power violently hit the first step of the rule's stairway to heaven. A deafening sound resounded in the sky. Seeing that his attack did not hit Fang Chen, the God Emperor of Death frowned. God Emperor of Death! Fang Chen's figure appeared from the void. He stood on the first step of the rule's stairway to heaven and stared at the God Emperor of Death in anger. "Kid, my disciple Xiao Yun, junior brother Chang Qing, the 27 sword emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace and the person who ruined my master's plan. Any one of them is enough for me to kill you," the God Emperor of Death said in a deep voice. "God Emperor of Death, you can't kill me," Fang Chen said coldly. In the future, I, Fang Chen, will make a trip to the South Tombsword Palace personally. Fang Chen's words were filled with threats. However, the God Emperor of Death was not afraid. In his opinion, without help, Fang Chen would not be able to live past today. Do you think that you can fight against a second-level Emperor God just because you came to a draw with me in the Emperor God gathering? The God Emperor of Death sneered. Back then, there were 9 powerful Emperor Gods present. Even if I used my trump card, I could not kill you. That's why such a situation happened. Do you think that I will be afraid of you? The God Emperor of Death opened his palm. Violent true God power wreaked havoc in his body. His eyes turned into 2 terrifying whirlpools. A suffocating death aura was emitted from his eyes and it swept across the entire sky. Today, I will let you know how the title of God Emperor of Death came about. Chapter 2002. Genius remembers love in 1 second small. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. He and the Death God Emperor were already in a situation where one of them had to die. Moreover, the latter had paid a huge price to kill him. After the gathering of the God Emperors had ended, the Death God Emperor had chased him to the sky. He was determined to kill him. Since that was the case, he could only fight. Although Fang Chen might not be able to kill the Death God Emperor, he would have no problem fighting against him. Fang Chen, enjoy the fear that death brings. The Death God Emperor laughed sinisterly. His huge hand suddenly floated in mid-air and grabbed at the void. The raging true God power was instantly grabbed into a ball and it charged towards Fang Chen. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Kill. Fang Chen took out the Herculean pagoda and smashed it on the Death God Emperor's huge illusory hand. Catcher. The Herculean pagoda smashed the huge illusory hand and started to counterattack. At that moment, the Death God Emperor displayed his strong physical strength. His fists smashed onto the Herculean pagoda. It's a waste for a supreme true God weapon to be in your hands. After saying that, dense sword Dao runes appeared around the Death God Emperor's body. In an instant, a terrifying aura exploded from his body. Sky Splitter Sword Skill. The Death God Emperor bellowed and a long sword appeared in his palm. The tip of the long sword contained terrifying sword chi. When the dense sword chi gathered together, it was as though water droplets could drip from it. It was so terrifying. Swoosh. Following the Death God Emperor's roar, countless sword shadows appeared in the sky. Every sword shadow had a domineering and suffocating sword chi. At the same time, the Death God Emperor leaped onto the Stairway of Rules and started fighting with Fang Chen. Demon Dragon Sky Destroying Sword. Fang Chen unleashed his strongest attack. At the same time, the Herculean pagoda smashed onto the Death God Emperor crazily. At that moment, the battle between the two of them was in a stalemate. The Death God Emperor's swordsmanship was extremely strong, and her attack power was also unimaginable. However, Fang Chen's attacks weren't bad, either. Especially with the help of the Titan Pagoda, it was almost impossible for the Death Emperor to get close to him. Damn it. After fighting for 15 minutes, the Death God Emperor's face turned gloomy. The Titan Pagoda was beyond his expectations, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Although he still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet, he wasn't sure if the Herculean pagoda could withstand it. If the Titan pagoda blocked the attack, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Bang! Just as the Death God Emperor was deep in thought, the Herculean divine pagoda slammed down once again. The Death God Emperor casually swung his sword and split the Titan pagoda apart. He then gritted his teeth and coldly said, "Let's go all out." In an instant, the body of the Death God Emperor turned into dense sword chi. Then, the sword chi quickly condensed into a giant sword. The appearance of this huge sword caused the void to tremble and the space to be torn apart. Fang Chen, you should be proud that you were able to force me to use this move. The Death God Emperor's voice came from the giant sword. A terrifying aura was emitted from the huge sword. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen's expression changed drastically. What's going on? One with the sword. The Death God Emperor's understanding of swordsmanship had reached an unbelievable level. Without giving the Death God Emperor a chance to attack, Fang Chen left the Stairway of Rules and used the Spacetime Fantasy Demon Book. His body quickly shuttled through the void, wanting to leave this place and avoid the strongest attack of the Death God Emperor. Trying to leave? The Death God Emperor's furious voice came. Then, the giant sword that pierced through the sky suddenly turned into a ray of light and shuttled through the void, heading towards the place where Fang Chen was escaping. What a strong power! It seems to be able to change the flow of time. Moreover, Fang Chen took a deep breath and looked at the Death God Emperor in disbelief. The latter's attack could not only change the flow of time, but it could also affect his primordial spirit. This is the Death God Emperor's trump card? Fang Chen tried his best to suppress the panic in his heart. His golden heart was beating rapidly and he quickly used the sky-destroying demonic dragon sword. The raging sword Qi turned into giant swords in the void and clashed with the long sword that the Death God Emperor had turned into. Catcher. The attack power of the long sword that the Death God Emperor had transformed into was simply too strong. Even Fang Chen's attack was unable to reduce its speed. Damn it! Fang Chen cursed in his heart. He pushed his attack to the maximum. The Herculean pagoda also felt a sense of danger. Dazzling light shone in the void and covered Fang Chen's body. It's useless. The Death God Emperor sneered. The terrifying giant sword pierced the defensive shield of the Herculean pagoda. Catcher. Cracks appeared on the defensive shield. It was unable to block the attack of the Death God Emperor. While the two of them were fighting, a figure suddenly appeared in the distant sky. The figure wore a silver-gray mask and carried a giant sword on his back. He was emitting a gentle aura. Although he looked ordinary, he gave off a shocking feeling. Your life is mine. How can I let others take it away? The silver-masked man softly muttered to himself. Soon after, his body flashed and appeared beside Fang Chen in an instant. Catcher. At this moment, the giant sword of the Death God Emperor pierced through the defensive shield of the Herculean pagoda and pierced the body of the pagoda. Dong. Fang Chen could feel the terrifying vibrations from the Herculean pagoda. His body retreated rapidly and he spat out blood. His face was pale. Shoo. At this moment, an unbelievable sword light suddenly descended from the sky and slashed the giant sword that the Death God Emperor had transformed into. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. The giant sword of the Death God Emperor retreated rapidly. The giant sword disappeared and the body of the Death God Emperor reappeared. He stared coldly at the silver-gray masked man and said, "Who are you? How dare you stop me? An emperor god attacking a divine emperor. Aren't you ashamed?" The silver-gray masked man sneered. "Tumph, don't talk nonsense. He is my enemy. He will die today. If you stop me, I will kill you too." The Death God Emperor sensed that the aura of the silver-gray masked man was not an emperor god. Hence, he was even more unscrupulous. "Who are you?" In the sky, Fang Chen stabilized himself and stared at the silver-gray masked man. The latter turned around and said softly, "You know who I am." Hearing this, the golden heart in Fang Chen's body vibrated. 5 types of power of laws surged out. The primordial spirit in his mind vibrated and the immemorial soul refining art appeared. "You are," Fang Chen was shocked. He had been looking for the successor of the destiny system for so long but there was no news. He did not expect to meet him here. Was he here to kill him? "How about you and I join forces and kill him?" The silver-gray masked man's next sentence puzzled Fang Chen even more. "You." Fang Chen was confused. "Your life is mine. Even if you die, you will die in my hands. I will not allow you to die in the hands of others." The silver-gray masked man said, "So, whoever wants to kill you will be my enemy. Are you sure you are not letting the tiger return to the mountain?" Fang Chen asked. The silver-gray masked man sneered and said, "In my dictionary, there is no such thing as letting the tiger return to the mountain." The silver-gray masked man did not seem to be willing to explain too much to Fang Chen. As soon as he finished speaking, a long sword appeared in his hand. The wild power of the rules of destiny surged. Immemorial soul refining art. Seeing this, Fang Chen's eyes flickered. This man was indeed using the last move of the immemorial soul refining art, the sword of destiny. 2 divine emperors want to kill me. The Death God Emperor was completely enraged. His robes fluttered without wind. His eyes were scarlet and filled with killing intent. "Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." The Death God Emperor unleashed his wildest attack. His body turned into a giant sword again and shot towards the two with terrifying power. The golden heart was beating rapidly. Fang Chen's primordial spirit was shaking. All of a sudden, he executed the archaic soul-refining art as if he was possessed. The 5 great sword moves were performed one after another. In a moment, 5 sword lights were suspended in the air. Whoosh! It was also at this moment that the silver-masked man had a thought. He controlled his sword of destiny and brought it closer to Fang Chen's 5 great sword moves. When the 6 great sword moves merged together, a miracle happened. Chapter 2003. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little. Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The immemorial soul-refining art was left behind by the cosmos god Gu Yuan. Love go little say wk. There were a total of 6 moves, and Fang Chen had obtained 5 of them. The remaining one was in the hands of the inheritor of destiny, the silver-grey masked man in front of him. This is, Fang Chen felt that his golden heart had never been so active before, as if it was about to jump out of his body. When the 6 sword moves gathered together, the entire sky changed color. 6 different colors filled the void, illuminating the entire sky. At the same time, Fang Chen and the silver-grey masked man could not help but tremble. An extremely oppressive aura was emitted from their bodies. Only the 2 inheritors knew about this aura. This was the aura of the cosmos god Gu Yuan, the ultimate mode of the immemorial soul-refining art. Fang Chen opened his eyes wide, staring at the 6 sword moves that were merging in the sky. At this moment, he felt that his comprehension of the sword Tao had been sublimated. The inheritor of destiny seemed to be using this opportunity to comprehend the sword Tao inheritance left behind by Gu Yuan. He closed his eyes, controlling the sword light of destiny while comprehending. The terrifying aura was suffocating. The raging real god power in the sky was instantly dispersed by the explosion. Dong! After a loud sound, the 6 sword moves disappeared, replaced by a huge golden sword. This huge golden sword was similar to the huge sword that allowed Fang Chen to cross over to the ancient sword continent, but the inside was completely different. Too strong. Fang Chen's heart was filled with astonishment. He felt that the sword Tao aura in his body was rapidly increasing. Could it be? At this moment, Fang Chen saw the silver-grey masked man in the corner of his eyes. Love go little say wk. Suddenly, a guess appeared in his mind. The reason why the silver-grey masked man was most likely that he wanted to use this opportunity to try to break through to the God Emperor realm. Although he knew the intentions of the silver-masked man, Fang Chen had no other choice. If they did not join forces with him, it would be impossible for them to deal with the Death God Emperor. Therefore, Fang Chen gritted his teeth and pushed the 5 sword moves to the maximum. The huge golden sword in the sky grew bigger and bigger, and the pressure that it gave off caused the Death God Emperor to be unable to move. That is, the Death God Emperor, who was about to attack, suddenly felt his primordial spirit tremble. His body seemed to be imprisoned in the void. His eyes widened as he stared at the giant golden sword in the sky. The pressure emanating from the giant sword was definitely unprecedentedly strong, causing people to feel extreme fear. Even if he were to face the 10 strongest emperor gods, he wouldn't be so fearful. The Death God Emperor's mind raced as he roared furiously. Unless it is the aura of a cosmos god. At the thought of this, the expression of the Death God Emperor changed drastically. A hint of panic flashed across his eyes. I've never seen such oppressive might in the entire firmament. Even though the Death God Emperor was not willing to believe that this was the aura of a cosmos god. But since things had reached this stage, he had no other choice. Go! The Death God Emperor was frightened by the aura of a cosmos god. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. The energy contained within the huge golden sword was too strong. The Death God Emperor did not dare to fight against it head-on. Kill! The silver-masked male and Fang Chen roared out a single word at the same time. Hua-la! A huge hole was torn in the sky, causing the origin of willpower to surge out. The huge golden sword brought along a stifling aura as it came diving down. At this moment, the Death God Emperor would be an idiot if he still did not know that the aura emitted from the huge golden sword was that of a cosmos god. Even the strongest god emperors could not casually draw out the origin of willpower. How could this be? Two god emperors working together could actually unleash the aura of a cosmos god. Damn! The Death God Emperor who originally wanted to escape was suddenly enveloped by the golden light, causing him to be unable to move. Closely following that, the huge golden sword descended from the sky and slashed down on his body. Pu Kai. He could not resist at all. The huge golden sword was like cutting through glass, splitting him into two. The terrifying cosmos god aura swept across the broken body of the Death God Emperor, incinerating him. Even his primordial spirit did not escape from this calamity. Dong. After killing the Death God Emperor, the huge golden sword slashed down on the sky. The entire sky was trembling. The law stairway shook as if it could shatter at any moment. Is he dead? Fang Chen felt his heart trembling. Waves of shock formed in his heart. A second-level God Emperor had fallen in front of him just like that. Even though he was prepared, he was still shocked. Hong long long. At this moment, a trembling sound came from the body of the silver-masked male. Soon after, dense sword chi revolved around his body. A smile appeared on his face. Fang Chen could vaguely feel that he had taken a small step forward. There is no God Emperor aura. He should not have broken through. Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief. As long as the other party had not broken through to the God Emperor realm, he had nothing to fear. As the silver-masked male withdrew his aura, the huge golden sword disintegrated. The trembling sky regained its calm. Only the smell of blood left in the air proved that the Death God Emperor had fallen here. Hua la. The silver-masked male opened his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. Are you not afraid that I will kill you? Fang Chen shook his head and spread out his hands. You won't do it. Why? Because you are not confident of killing me. Before you have absolute confidence, you will not act rashly. Fang Chen said. The silver-masked male stared at Fang Chen for a long time before saying, the immemorial soul-refining art belongs to me alone. The inheritor of ancient Yuan is also mine. After saying that, the silver-masked male leaped and left this place. Let's compete and see who will step into the God Emperor realm first. Looking at the disappearing figure of the silver-masked male, Fang Chen's expression turned gloomy. The inheritor of fate gave him great pressure. He was very strong. At least, he was not confident that he could kill him. Moreover, this time when the two of them worked together, the other party seemed to have made a breakthrough in the complete immemorial soul-refining art. Perhaps he would step into the God Emperor realm soon. At the same time, Fang Chen also knew. When this person stepped into the God Emperor realm, it would be the final battle between them. Thinking of this, Fang Chen clenched his fists and said to himself, I must step into the God Emperor realm as soon as possible. The battle in the sky was so intense that it caused a huge commotion. The entire God realm was in an uproar. All the God Emperors were paying attention to the commotion in the sky. Not long after, a piece of news spread throughout the God realm. The clone of the Death God Emperor had fallen in the sky. Ordinary warriors were guessing which God Emperor had killed the clone of the God Emperor of Death. However, the experts who stood at the peak of the God realm were even more shocked. It was obvious that the one who had killed the Death God Emperor was the Destruction God Emperor. The projections of the 9 strongest God Emperors gathered together and discussed this matter. Even the Bone Progenitor was astonished. How long had it been? His disciple had actually killed the clone of the Death God Emperor? This was too unfathomable. It seems that Fang Chen has broken through on the law heavenly ladder. The Bone Progenitor thought. At the same time, within the southern Tomb Sword Palace. Junior brother, what exactly happened? Black Emperor asked in a hurry. When he heard the news, he felt disbelief. Originally, I could have easily killed the Destruction God Emperor. But suddenly, another God Emperor appeared. The true body of the Death God Emperor was furious. Of all the God Emperors in the God realm, he was the only one who had an avatar. He was obsessed with researching the structure of the primordial spirit so that his avatar could accumulate enough to help him step into the Cosmos God realm. But now, his avatar had been killed. All his plans had been ruined. How could he not be furious? Even if there were two God Emperors, it is impossible for them to kill your avatar, right? Black Emperor still did not understand. That mysterious God Emperor had the same God technique as the Destruction God Emperor. When the two worked together, they could unleash the suppression of a cosmos god. The Death God Emperor said. Hearing this, Black Emperor exclaimed. His heart trembled. The suppression of a cosmos god. This was an incredible matter. When two God Emperors worked together, they could unleash the suppression of a cosmos god. Given their strength, it is impossible for them to achieve this. There is only one possibility, and that it is related to the God technique they cultivated. Black Emperor said solemnly. Chapter 2004. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Black Emperor's expression was gloomy to the extreme. The loss this time was too huge. He was clear that the Death God Emperor's research on the structure of the primordial spirit had reached an unfathomable stage. The Death God Emperor had always wanted to use his avatar to help his true body become a cosmos god. Furthermore, as time passed, the Death God Emperor's research on this aspect had already surpassed other experts in the divine world. But this time, dealing with a deity emperor had caused the loss of his junior disciple brother's avatar. Even though the aura of the divine technique used by the two of them are different, I can feel that they are essentially the same. The Death God Emperor coldly said, being able to erupt with the aura of a cosmos god, this divine technique is definitely a treasure. We must obtain it at all costs. Even though Black Emperor was furious, he remained calm. After pondering for a while and weighing the pros and cons, he stopped the Death God Emperor from taking action. Junior disciple brother, don't act rashly for now. Your avatar has just died, and your true body's strength has decreased greatly. This trip will be dangerous. Furthermore, we are unsure of the relationship between that silver-gray masked male and Fang Chen. Black Emperor said. The Death God Emperor's expression turned sinister. Are we just going to ignore him like this? Black Emperor shook his head. A thought-provoking smile appeared on his face. Not long later, the Holy Light religion will receive the news. Fang Chen's potential has already threatened the existence of their Holy Light religion. They will not allow a genius like Fang Chen to continue living. Thus, we only need to provide some information in secret. But if the Herculean pagoda and divine technique were to be obtained by the Holy Light religion, wouldn't it be troublesome? The Death God Emperor had some misgivings. Junior disciple brother, other than you, who else knows that Fang Chen has such a divine technique? Black Emperor retorted. If you don't say it, would Fang Chen be so stupid as to spread it around? Hearing this, the Death God Emperor was enlightened. He smiled sinisterly and said, I will contact the Holy Light religion now. Even though the Death God Emperor often contacted the Holy Light religion, everything was because of Fang Chen. He just wanted to borrow the hand of the Holy Light religion to destroy Fang Chen, nothing more. As for colluding with Holy Light religion to plot against the divine world, that was impossible. Not to mention the Death God Emperor, even the swordless God Emperor wouldn't dare to do that. When the news spread, the entire God realm was in an uproar. In this universe era, Fang Chen was currently the person with the greatest potential. The Supreme God Emperors could even see the passage leading to the Cosmos God realm. They were constantly paying attention to Fang Chen. At this moment, as the main character, Fang Chen naturally didn't know how much shock his actions had brought to the God realm. As usual, he sat cross-legged on the stairway of laws, comprehending the laws of creation. The stairway to heaven had a total of 6 levels. The first level was the creation of laws. After stepping onto this level, it was as if one was bathing in a sea of creation laws. It was incomparably comfortable. Fang Chen could feel the shock coming from the depths of his heart. His own law of creation came into contact with the purest law of the stairway of laws, creating wonderful sparks. Even though Fang Chen didn't major in the creation of laws, his potential in the creation of laws was still very strong. Especially with the help of the Golden Heart, Fang Chen was able to turn the creation laws into the Tao of Sword to comprehend. This way, his speed had greatly increased. As time passed, Fang Chen's comprehension of the laws of creation gradually reached the peak. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. During this period, Fang Chen's understanding of the laws of creation had undergone a tremendous change. He also understood and grasped some of the deeper aspects. However, the stairway of laws wasn't as gentle as it seemed on the surface. It was dangerous everywhere. Love go little say W. Chu. During these 3 years, Fang Chen had lost himself several times while comprehending the laws of creation. Fortunately, with the help of the Golden Heart, he was able to find himself again. Thinking about it now, he felt a wave of fear. Once lost on the stairway of laws, the primordial spirit would forever soar in the sea of laws. Even with the help of external forces, it would be impossible to get out. There was only one consequence, and that was to completely exhaust the power of the primordial spirit and eventually die. Dong. At a certain moment, the Golden Heart suddenly beat rapidly. Every time it beat, it could trigger the crazy rotation of the first level of the stairway of laws. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, Fang Chen opened his mouth and the violent power of the laws of creation instantly drilled into his mouth. He was making the final push. Once he succeeded, he would be able to completely control the laws of creation like the 10 strongest emperor gods. Above the sky, in the void, there were more than a dozen divine emperor realm experts. They were all carefully selected by the Holy Light religion and were the absolute main force in the encirclement of Fang Chen. The leader was called Sheng Long Divine Emperor. Sheng Long Divine Emperor, when are we going to make a move? Yes, we have been waiting here for more than 2 years. If we don't make a move now, we won't have another chance. This kid's potential is too overbearing. If we let him grow, it won't take long for him to step into the Emperor God realm. At that time, our Holy Light religion will suffer a heavy blow. Seeing that Fang Chen was making the final push, some of the other divine emperors could no longer hold back. Only Sheng Long Divine Emperor stood quietly. His dark eyes were fixed on Fang Chen on the first level of the stairway of laws. They had been here for more than 2 years. Using secret methods, they hid here and avoided the detection of the emperor gods. The reason they did not dare to make a move was because they were afraid that the emperor gods would stop them. Now, Fang Chen was making the final push. Once he stepped into the second level, their attacks would not be able to penetrate the first level. At that time, they would completely lose the initiative. The other people from the Holy Light religion were a little anxious. At this moment, Sheng Long Divine Emperor spoke. Get ready. Sheng Long Divine Emperor looked around at everyone and then said in a deep voice, this mission can only succeed. I can feel that there is definitely a strong Emperor God's consciousness observing in the dark. Once we make a move, we will definitely be obstructed by the powerful Emperor Gods. However, at this point, Sheng Long Divine Emperor paused for a moment and then said, everyone should know the plan, right? According to the initial estimation of this mission, at least 5 of us will die here. Therefore, rather than being killed by the powerful Emperor Gods, we might as well self-destruct. Sheng Long Divine Emperor briefly explained his plan. After hearing it, the other divine emperors nodded. They were members of Holy Light religion, and were incomparably loyal to Holy Light religion. Therefore, as long as they could help the Holy Light religion, they would do it without hesitation. This was the terror of the Holy Light religion and the power of faith. Sheng Long Divine Emperor took a deep breath and then said, do it. Whoosh. A black hole suddenly appeared in the void. In an instant, the divine emperors of the Holy Light religion rushed to the stairway of laws. For the Holy Light religion. One of the divine emperors growled and then activated all the power in his body to self-destruct. Rumble. The power of a divine emperor's self-destruction was too terrifying. Even the emperor gods were unwilling to face it head-on. Fang Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the first level of the stairway of laws, was instantly submerged by the terrifying power. How dare you! In the distant void, there was a roar. The emperor gods who were paying attention to this place were furious when they discovered that the Holy Light religion had attacked Fang Chen. A moment later, the projection descended. However, during this period, the remaining members of the Holy Light religion had a clear division of labor. 5 divine emperors self-destructed and the terrifying power shrouded Fang Chen layer by layer. Damn it! The bone progenitor traveled through time and space and arrived in front of the stairway of laws to start a massacre. The divine emperors of the Holy Light religion were unable to resist and died instantly. For the Holy Light religion. Before Shenglong divine emperor died, he turned to look at Fang Chen, who was completely submerged in the power of self-destruction, and a smile appeared in his eyes. The power of self-detonation lingered in the air, wave after wave. Although several powerful emperor gods had arrived in time, they were still unable to save Fang Chen. My disciple. The bone progenitor's face was ashen, and he was extremely furious. The Holy Light religion is determined to kill Fang Chen. The emperor god of destruction also appeared, and there was a hint of displeasure between his brows. They did not hesitate to kill Fang Chen with the lives of more than 10 divine emperors. What a big move. How's Fang Chen? The emperor god of time and the emperor god of space had also arrived. At the same time, the emperor god of void had also arrived. Please visit and bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Chapter 2005. Genius 1 second. Remember love go little? We provide you with interesting novels to read. On the stairway to heaven, the terrifying power was like a black hole, swallowing the surrounding aura. Bone progenitor's dark eyes stared at the first level of the stairway to heaven. He wanted to step onto the stairway to save Fang Chen. But his instinct told him not to be so reckless. The self-destruction of a few emperor gods is extremely powerful. It's comparable to the full-force attack of a second-stage emperor god. Caught off guard, Fang Chen was swept away by the power. He couldn't resist at all. Plus, he's still on the stairway to heaven. Bone progenitor said, the power of the black hole is because the defense of the stairway to heaven has been completely activated. It caused the collision of the two powerful forces and caused the space to collapse. If we attack forcefully, the power of the black hole will dissipate instantly. By then, Fang Chen will also disappear completely, Emperor God Destruction said. As the strongest emperor gods, they naturally understood this point. If they didn't attack, Fang Chen might still have a chance to live. Fang Chen's physical body is comparable to an emperor god. Maybe he can come back to life, Emperor God Taishu said. We can only hope for a miracle. Otherwise, Emperor God of Time didn't finish his sentence, but the other emperor gods already knew. They shook their heads helplessly, sighed, and waited quietly. Rumble. After a while, the power of the black hole finally expanded to its limit and exploded. It was so terrifying that even emperor gods felt threatened. It swept across the entire stairway to heaven. Crack. The space collapsed and the stairway to heaven shook. Not good. Right at this moment, Ancestor Bone cried out involuntarily. Looking in the direction he was looking, the stairway to heaven was healing itself quickly. The power of the black hole after the explosion was absorbed by the void in the space collapse at lightning speed. Be careful. Seeing Bone Progenitor attack, Emperor God Destruction stopped him. But it was too late. Bone Progenitor had already stepped onto the stairway to heaven. He grabbed the power of the explosion with his big hand. However, he caught nothing. The power of the great explosion was absorbed by the chaos of nothingness at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Voila! The stairway to heaven recovered in an instant and fell into a state of calmness once more. There was a deathly silence in the sky. The few absolute emperor gods looked at each other and stood there quietly as violent energy erupted from their bodies. Dead. Emperor God Tai Shu shook his head in disbelief. The Bone Progenitor's body was bounced back by a powerful force. After stabilizing himself, he calmly looked at the stairway to heaven. The calmer it was, the more one could feel the calm before the storm. Bone Progenitor, my condolences, God Emperor Destruction said. The power of the explosion swept Fang Chen's body and sucked him into the chaotic nothingness of the space collapse. Unless they were cosmos gods, it was impossible for them to survive. The other god emperors didn't say anything. They didn't know what to say. The Bone Progenitor's most outstanding disciple, who was also the most promising disciple to step into the divine emperor realm, was ambushed and killed by the remnants of Holy Light religion. And as his teacher, he couldn't help at all. The Bone Progenitor's heart was filled with self-blame and anger at the same time. Under his calm appearance, there was an angry heart. After a long time, the bone progenitor calmed down and bid farewell to God Emperor Destruction and the others. Bone progenitor, have a good rest, God Emperor Time said. The bone progenitor didn't even turn back and disappeared into the void. The bone progenitor is very sad this time. Love go little say, chew, God Emperor Destruction said. That's right. His prized disciple was ambushed by the remnants of Holy Light Religion and he couldn't do anything about it. How could he not be sad? Next, the bone progenitor will definitely go crazy and take revenge on Holy Light Religion. The few supreme God Emperors left swiftly. The sky regained its calmness as if nothing had happened. God Emperor Death and Black Emperor, who were in the South Tomb Sword Palace, were ecstatic when they heard the news. Ha ha ha, this kid is finally dead. Black Emperor laughed eerily. Although God Emperor Death had a smile on his face, he was still unhappy. He didn't expect the remnants of Holy Light Religion to use such an extreme method to kill Fang Chen. It's a pity that the mysterious divine art and the Titan Pagoda are gone. God Emperor Death said to himself. However, Fang Chen's death was a huge matter that had been weighing on his mind. Junior brother, during this period of time, Master will most likely come out of seclusion. We have to wait at Sword Fighting Villa. Black Emperor said. God Emperor Death nodded. Sure enough, it was just as God Emperor Destruction and the others had guessed. In the following period of time, the bone progenitor went on a killing spree. He used the space-time cultivation system to travel to every corner of the realm of the gods. As long as he found someone suspicious, he would investigate. Once he found the remnants of Holy Light Religion, he would kill them without hesitation. For a time, the realm of the gods was in turmoil. The remnants of Holy Light Religion were frightened and many of them were killed. Some of the spies among the humans were also caught by the bone progenitor. Time passed in the midst of the killing spree. The oppressive aura of the realm of the gods was increasing day by day. Everyone knew that the war with Holy Light Religion was coming soon. Smoke lingered in the air and it was lush. At first glance, it was like a paradise on earth. Fang Chen had never seen such a wonderful place in the realm of the gods. He could feel that his primordial spirit was being nourished. What a wonderful place. Fang Chen looked around and felt that the air contained a majestic power. He concluded that this was not the realm of the gods, but a hidden place. Just a while ago, Fang Chen had experienced a great rise and fall and almost died in the hands of the remnants of Holy Light Religion. When he was submerged by the power of the Emperor God Self-Explosion, the Golden Heart and Perfect Sword Body cooperated to display an extremely strong defense. At the same time, the Titan Pagoda automatically protected its owner. It barely withstood the attack of the terrifying power. In the end, Fang Chen followed the power of the self-explosion and came to such a strange place. During this process, Fang Chen felt as if he had traversed through the endless void and was extremely fatigued. And during this period, the power of the self-explosion that suppressed him was gradually consumed. When he came here, the wounds on his body had already healed. At the same time, Fang Chen's heart trembled. Those who survived a great disaster were destined for good fortune. This sentence was not false at all. The reason for that was because an imprint had appeared in his mind. If it was an ordinary imprint, Fang Chen would not say anything. But this imprint came from the Golden Heart. This also meant that this imprint was most likely related to the cosmos god Gu Yuan. No matter what it was, as long as it was related to the cosmos god Chariot, it was extremely important. Fang Chen was trying his best to undo this imprint, but he could not do anything about it. The imprint was attached to his primordial spirit, emitting a gentle light that nourished his primordial spirit. Holy Light Religion. Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a biting cold killing intent. The Holy Light Religion wanted to kill him time and time again, and this time, they chased him all the way to the Sky Dome. They did not hesitate to let the Emperor God self-explode just to kill him. They really don't care about the price. Fang Chen's heart was burning with anger. But just as he was thinking, he suddenly discovered someone in front of him. Let's go and take a look. Fang Chen moved rapidly and arrived in front of this person after a moment. This person was slightly strange. He wore beast skin like a primitive man. His body was circulating with a gentle light, as if he was one with the world. Fellow Daoist. Fang Chen stopped this person and cupped his fists. When the male wearing beast skin saw Fang Chen, his expression changed. He said in a deep voice, "Are you an outsider?" Fellow Daoist, I came here unintentionally. I don't have any evil intentions. I just want to ask where exactly is this place and how can I leave? Fang Chen asked in a low voice. When the male wearing beast skin heard this, his expression became solemn. You are saying that you came from the deity world? Fang Chen nodded. He was slightly puzzled as to what the male wearing beast skin was talking about. This is the Yuan desolate land. The male wearing beast skin suddenly said. Suddenly, Fang Chen turned pale with fright. Wasn't the Yuan desolate land on the law ladder? Why did he enter the Yuan desolate land without knowing anything? Yuan desolate land? The first of the 5 great desolate lands of the deity world, the desolate land that even the god emperors are afraid of? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. The male wearing beast skin gradually calmed down. He carefully stared at Fang Chen and said, in this era of the universe, you are the second outsider to enter the Yuan desolate land. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. The male wearing beast skin's words were unbelievable. Didn't the 10 strongest god emperors come here before? Fang Chen asked. Chapter 2006. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little. I will provide you with interesting novels to read. Yuan Desolation Impasse, the first of the 5 great impasse in the divine world. Love go little say W. Chuit was a impasse that even the 10 most powerful emperor gods were terrified of. One could imagine how dangerous it was. However, Fang Chen would never have imagined that he would enter Yuan Desolation Impasse. What was more terrifying was that he realized that there were humans living in Yuan Desolation Impasse. They seemed to be the natives here. How did I come to Yuan Desolation Impasse? Fang Chen was puzzled. He looked at the man in beast skin with burning eyes. I don't know how you came here. However, since you are here, you have to follow our rules. Otherwise, we have the right to kill you. The man in beast skin said. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded lightly. You just said that I am the second outsider to enter Yuan Desolation Impasse in this universe era? Can you explain to me? Before Fang Chen could finish, the man in beast skin spoke. His face was filled with disdain. The 10 most powerful emperor gods that you mentioned, they reached the peak of the stairway to heaven and entered Yuan Desolation Impasse. However, that is not the real Yuan Desolation Impasse. The man in beast skin curled his lips. Not the real Yuan Desolation Impasse? Fang Chen was even more shocked. Yuan Desolation Impasse is divided into 2 parts. They only entered the outer region. The place you are in now is the core region. Without a certain opportunity, you will not be able to enter the core region. The man in beast skin said. Although it was shocking, Fang Chen gradually accepted this fact. Even the 10 most powerful emperor gods had not been to this place, but he was here. Daoist friend, may I ask who came here before me? Fang Chen was also very curious. He was the second person to come here in this universe era. Then, there should be another person before him. Who was that person? He is called Jiyu Yuan. The man in animal skin said, speaking of which, that little guy is quite lucky. He entered the Tao with the sword, and his comprehension of the Tao of the sword has reached the peak of this universe. Relying on his supreme talent, he finally entered this place. When he came here, he was only a god emperor. When I left, I was already a cosmos god. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. Before coming, he was a god emperor. When he left, he was already a cosmos god. This meant that there was an opportunity to become a cosmos god within the primal desolate land. What shocked Fang Chen even more was that the first person to enter the primordial desolate land was actually the owner of the Golden Heart, Jiyu Yuan. Furthermore, he actually used this method to become a cosmos god. Today, Fang Chen had really opened his eyes. These secrets were truly unheard of and unheard of. It was too shocking. I seem to sense Jiyu Yuan's aura on you. The man in beast skin said, come with me first. With that, the man in animal skin brought Fang Chen and quickly disappeared from the Yuan Desolate Impasse. Primordial desolate land, in an incomparably huge mountain range. This place was filled with birdsong and fragrance of flowers. Nobody would associate this place with the infamous primordial desolate land. The man in animal skin brought Fang Chen here. They descended and walked in the mountain range. Dao friend, have you always been living in the primordial desolate land? Fang Chen asked curiously. The man in animal skin did not answer Fang Chen's question. Instead, he said, you will know in a while. Not long after, the man in animal skin brought Fang Chen to the deepest part of the mountain range. There were many palaces here, but the architectural style was completely different from the deity world. Following the roar of the man in animal skin, many figures came out from the palaces. There were old people and children. Roughly estimating, there were about 100 people. Yee! There are outsiders. Ha ha ha, it has been a long time since we last saw outsiders. Hurry up and bring the outsider over. The natives pointed at Fang Chen and seemed to be very curious. At this moment, a white-bearded old man with a walking stick slowly walked out from the crowd and stopped in front of Fang Chen. Animal skin, he is the outsider you found? The white-bearded old man asked. Elder, I have checked. He is the only one who entered the Yuan desolate land. As for how he entered, I am not sure. The man in animal skin seemed to be very respectful to the white-bearded old man. The white-bearded old man nodded and said, let me take a look. Then, the white-bearded old man placed his palm on Fang Chen's shoulder. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt that his body was confined in the void and he could not use his true god power. He felt a tinge of fear. The white-bearded old man in front of him was definitely not weaker than the so-called 10 strongest emperor gods. Who are they? Why are they living in the Yuan desolate land? What is their purpose? Fang Chen was very confused. In the blink of an eye, the white-bearded old man removed his palm and said with a smile, your talent is not bad. You provoked the Holy Light religion to assassinate you at all costs. The explosion of 5 to 6 divine emperors swept you away and blasted open the universe's membrane, bringing you into the chaotic void. Your body has the aura of Gu Yuan. Therefore, the origin desolation forbidden ground sensed your presence and brought you here. The white-bearded old man said calmly, but Fang Chen was very shocked when he heard it. Elder, how did you know? Isn't this person too strong? Even a strongest emperor god would have to search his soul if he wanted to see the past. As for the white-bearded old man, he merely placed his palm on Chu Li's body and knew exactly how Chu Li arrived at this place. The Yuan desolate land was getting more and more mysterious. These natives were getting more and more terrifying. Just a little trick. The white-bearded old man chuckled, you were chosen by Gu Yuan, which means that you have great potential in the Sword Dao. I've just inspected your body. In the deity world, your potential should be the strongest in this cosmos epoch. Even Gu Yuan's potential is not as good as yours at your realm. The white-bearded old man continued. Elder, Gu Yuan is my teacher. What exactly did he experience when he came here? Fang Chen hurriedly asked. He was naturally interested in how to become a cosmos god. The white-bearded old man chuckled as if he could see through the inner thoughts of Fang Chen, saying, you haven't even reached the god-emperor realm, yet you want to become a cosmos god? Fang Chen felt awkward after being seen through. But the white-bearded old man continued, with your potential, it is inevitable for you to become a cosmos god. Since you could come here and are Gu Yuan's disciple, then you can be considered half of our people. Half of our people? Fang Chen felt even more puzzled. That's right. That teacher of yours, Gu Yuan, is from the same sect as us. The white-bearded old man said. What? Fang Chen cried out involuntarily. He looked at the white-bearded old man with disbelief. Who exactly were these natives in the Yuan desolate danger ground? Deity world. Following the massacre of the bone progenitor, the atmosphere in the deity world became more stifling. Even though the remaining survivors from the sacred light religion had hidden themselves and no longer appeared, everyone knew that a great war was unavoidable. On this day, a fiery red flower suddenly appeared in the sky of the deity world. When the flower bloomed, it enveloped the entire deity world. Everyone saw this shocking scene. The projections of the 9 supreme God Emperors descended below the fiery red flower. Only the God Emperors understood that the fiery red flower that engulfed the entire deity world represented that someone had stepped into the God Emperor realm. And this was also a worldly anomaly when one stepped into the God Emperor realm. Hoo. On an island, there were countless God Emperor projections descending in an instant. The silver-masked male stood on a mountain peak on the island. He opened his arms and felt the powerful energy brought by the God Emperor realm. This is the God Emperor realm? The silver-masked male greedily absorbed the true God energy in the air. His gaze then landed on those God Emperor projections in the sky. Congratulations, Dao friend, for becoming a God Emperor. Yeah, there's one more person among us. What's your title? Some of the God Emperors cupped their fists. It had been a long time since there was a God Emperor in the deity world. Everyone wanted to know who was so lucky to become a God Emperor. Title? The silver-masked male muttered to himself. Then, he said, I was born for the sword. I specialize in killing. Then, I'll be called Slaughtering Sword Emperor. Hearing this, the many God Emperor projections were all stunned. Ordinary people wouldn't have the courage to name themselves after killing. Wasn't this new God Emperor a little too crazy?